or as well as by linking factory with industry, entrepreneur, and communities through biodiversity conservation education. Yeah, we know that some school has high biodiversity and it can be used. They can be used how to develop our tourism activity in the futures. Yeah, yeah, we know that some school also has good ecosystem. It can be seen by tourists, by visitor and tourist association. The agriculture vocational high school play significant roles to encourage genetic resources conservation in supporting the safe biodiversity tackling as a global advantage. Yeah, so the school can come and visit our regional centers. Yeah, we know that by years to years we try to collect the genetic in bahasa that we call plasma nutfah. Yeah, gene. Yeah. In 2021, Simeo backdrop through the section of Ecosystem Restoration and Conservation, Science and Innovation and Technology Department designed Agro-Ecotourism in supporting the biodiversity conservation program. The idea of this program is based on environmental issues, which state that the tourism sector is one of the contribute the greenhouse gas emission, which according to the between 2009 to 2013, the tourism sector contribute at least 8% of the global greenhouse gas emission, or 4.5 gigaton carbon dioxide emission, yeah, around world, 4 times greater than previously estimated. Also predict they continue to increase the more than 25% by 2030. Yeah, we know that in Indonesia we have the national determinant contribution. We should reduce at least 29%. We thought have by other country. Yeah, so I do hope that we can increase, yeah, more than 29%. Yeah, yeah, or yeah, yeah. We know that the semi-biotrop agro-ecotourism program in support of biodiversity conservation education, which was held by 20 May 2022, with results in the several recommendation in the development of the agro-ecotourism. Yeah, including we have developed the standard and the criteria development for the agro-tourism in the agriculture vocational schools. Yeah, through discussion emerging that we are sure that obtain valuable input from the participant and resource person for enriching the ideas for development of the agro-eco-edutourism. Yeah, we know that we have already conduct series of the FGD and then workshop, but I do hope not only just discussion on the desk, on the, in the room, in the classroom, but at least really close, at least next years we can actually imply that model the agro-ecotourism not in the regional center but also in our school. I know that for example in also SMK to Subang already developed this model. Yeah, yeah, and then we together we can hand to hand, yeah, continue developing our model in agro-ecotourism. So I do hope this workshop can take not many feedback and then ideas, critics, for Indonesian agro-ecotourism. But also, yeah, I know that at least 12 countries attend this workshop, not only from the Southeast Asia country, but also India, Bahrain, yeah, Nigeria. So you can see that this workshop really interesting, not only for the sea, but also for global around the world. Yeah, yeah. That's all. I think mas welcome Rikmar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir. So now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now may we invite Dr. Krisachai Samsaman, the Deputy Director for Administration and Communication of the Simeo Secretariat, to present his remarks. So please, Mr. Krisachai Somsaman, the virtual floor is yours.
Excellency, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by Senior Advisor of the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. Honorable Secretary General of the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by Director General of Vocational Education. Honorable Representative from the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Honorable representatives from partner university from CMO member countries, Honorable CMO Biotrop Governing Board member, Director of CMO Biotrop partners, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, officer, staff, organizer, participant, and viewer from Biotrop YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, greeting from CMO Secretariat Headquarters in Bangkok, Thailand. Salam dan bahagia. I'm Dr. Krisachai Somsaman, Deputy Director of Administration and Communication at the CMO Secretariat. On behalf of the Director of CMO Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascual Valenzuela, I'm very pleased and very honored to be a part of this regional workshop on the development Agro Eco Edutourism model in supporting biodiversity conservation education for Southeast Asia, organized by CMO Biotrop. CMO, as a regional intergovernmental organization established in 1965 among governments of Southeast Asian countries, with the purpose of promoting regional cooperation in education, science, and culture in the region. We have 26 centers and networks that undertake training and research programs in various fields. CMO Biotrop is our specialized regional center for tropical biology, which continuously improve from year to year to deliver excellent service in implementing the center's main mandate, which are research, training, learning activities, as well as information dissemination. With the vision to become a leading center in enriching and promoting the real values of tropical biology in Southeast Asia, CMO Biotrop is prioritizing 3 program tasks. The first one is on restoration of the degraded ecosystem. The second one is on sustainable management of intensively used ecosystem and landscape. Last but not least is the conservation and sustainable use of unique ecosystem and landscape of high biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2018, CMO Biotrop has been developing an educational program for vegetable and fruits production in vocational school, mentioned by our previous speaker, called Smart Bee program. I'm glad to hear that this program has been adopted by 39 vocational high schools in 19 provinces in Indonesia and 2 Indonesian schools in Malaysia and Philippines. And I just learned from Dr. Imran that this program is also expanded to Brunei Darussalam. So this Smart Bee program is expanding and being adopted across CMO member countries, and it really helps us improving the quality and competence of teachers, education personnel, and students. It is a highly successful program which CMO recommended to be adopted and implemented in other countries in Southeast Asia. Through this Smart Bee program, CMO Biotrop has developed the criteria and indicators of Agro Eco Edutourism program in vocational high school in 2021. The term Agro Eco Edutourism is relatively new, and it means the tourism activities in promoting agricultural products in a broad meaning of agriculture, environmental conservation, and learning package. The criteria and indicators of agro-eco edutourism that have been developed by CMO Biotrop is a great potential to be implemented in Southeast Asia. As mentioned earlier by CMO Biotrop Center Director, Dr. Imran, CMO Biotrop is developing a master plan for the agro-eco edutourism program in supporting biodiversity conservation education here at Simeo Biotrop headquarters, which I think is really interesting program, considering that the tourism sector is being a part of climate actions based on the 2021 Glasgow Declaration. This program also supports the 7 priority areas of Simeo in education, science, and culture, and also the ASEAN Tourism Strategic Plan for 2016 to 2025 to ensure that ASEAN tourism is sustainable and inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards Simeo Biotrop, which has been organizing this regional workshop on the development of the Agro Eco-Edutourism model in supporting biodiversity conservation education for Southeast Asia. I also would like to thank all the parties for your active participation in this regional workshop and provide inputs and support to this Agro Eco-Edutourism program. I do hope that today's regional workshop would obtain beneficial output from the speakers, discussants, and participants to enrich and improve the development of the Agro Eco-Edutourism program in Simeo Biotrop. Thank you, and terima kasih.
Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming remark from General Director of Vocational Education Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Kiki Yulianti through the virtual video. So, please.
Dear Honorable, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia, Director of Vocational High School Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia, the Governing Board's members of Simeo Biotrop, Simeo Secretariat Director, Simeo Biotrop Board of Directors and Staff, Simeo Biotrop Partners, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Good morning and very warm welcome to all of you. I wish to start my remarks by outlining a few important points about the significant role played by vocational education in human resources development issues in Indonesia. Vocational education that focuses on mastering specific skills is critical in preparing our human resources to compete globally in the future. Nowadays, according to the directions of our President, Bapak Joko Widodo, our main focus on human resource development through vocational education is to provide high quality and skilled human resources for the society in the future. The direction of our president is very clear that the current government's focus on the program is to form competent human resources. Our minister has also given directions that our transformational policy called Merdeka Belajar, which has reached the 21st episode, is solely our intention to open up better and open learning spaces. We know many collaborations that are needed to build Indonesia into a developed country, including partnership with our entities. We all need to take lessons and good examples from vocational education abroad that has made a real impact and has been able to link and match with industries and business entities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we will reach the demographic bonus around 2030. This is our golden year when the working age generation will dominate our population. This means that we must improve the capacity of our human resources massively to benefit from the demographic bonus as well as prepare for job opportunities in the future. Vocational education that aims to create skilled human resources plays an important role and becomes one of our government's priorities to be improved and strengthened especially to face the challenges of Industrial Revolution 4.0 that requires us to always keep up with the current technology. In the context of vocational education, our policy supports preparing skilled human resources through the development of cooperation between vocational education and the industries. This collaboration is certainly not only at the MOU level, but its implementation needs to be carried out at all stages of our education. We involve the industry in all aspects of a vocational education, starting from the curriculum development and competency certification according to the standards of the industry. We are also involve the industries for internships, not only for students, but also for the lecturers and the teachers. Then presenting experts from industries, applied research based on actual needs in the workplace, and other efforts to enlarge the role of business entities in the vocational training. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take too much of your time. Let us take this opportunity as a big step to further strengthening link and match between vocational education and industry, both in local and globally. Our ministry is bound to continue provide effective support policy and program that encourages the participation of industry partners, international partners, and all business entities to participate in the profession of education in the spirit of Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka. Therefore, we welcome the program's implementation, including Smart BE, initiated by Seameo Biotrop. We hope that in the future, we can also present programs aimed at improving the skills and the ability of vocational high schools or SMK students to present innovation in agro, eco, edutourism, so that in the end, the tourism industries and vocational education will synergize in building conservation education in Indonesia. I appreciate the presence of Seameo Biotrop that committed to building better vocational education in our country. Hopefully, in the future, there are more international activities and global collaboration and cooperations to advance vocational education, and there will be a more concrete link and match implementation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Salam kebajikan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now may we have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Franz Teguh, the Senior Advisor of the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver keynote speech and to officially open the workshop. Your Excellency, please welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Alia. Hopefully, my voice is clear. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat. Greetings from wonderful Indonesia. The Honorable Secretariat General of the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Insinyur Soeharti, MA, PhD, President of Partido State University, Philippines, Dr. Raul Bradesina, Honorable Seameo Center Directors, respected Seameo Biotrop governing board members from 11 countries in Southeast Asian, respected Seameo Biotrop director and partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to represent the minister, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, to deliver the speech. Tourism is one of the most developed industries in the world. The prediction result of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, the number of the international tourists, which will reach 1 billion in 2030. The growth rate of this tourism sector will have a positive impact in the form of employment, foreign exchange, earnings, expansions of infrastructure facilities, investment, growth, social economic status, and also contributing to the gross domestic product, and so on. Besides the positive impact generated by the tourism, this sector also has a negative impact on the environment. The tourism sector is a contributor to greenhouse gas emission. For example, between 2009 and 2013, tourism global carbon footprint has increased from 3.9 to 4.5 ton CO gigatons, CO equivalent, 4 times more than previously estimated. This amount accounts for about 8% of the global greenhouse gas emission, and estimates will continue to increase to more than 25 by 23, if not mitigated properly. Ladies and gentlemen, so as we all know that the United Nations Framework on Climate Change Conference, COP26 at Glasgow, United Kingdom in 2021 resulted in a joint declaration called the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism, a declaration that aims to increase the climate ambitions of tourism stakeholders and secure strong action to support global commitment to have emission by 2030 and achieve the net zero as soon as possible by 2050. The signatories of the Glasgow Declaration agree on the 5 shared pathways to ensure climate action is aligned across all of tourism: measure, decarbonize, regenerate, collaborate, and finance. In the context of reducing greenhouse gas emission, Indonesia is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emission by 26% by 2030 and 29% by 2030, and after ratifying
Hello, Dr. Franz. Good morning, Dr. Franz. Your audio is still muted. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, my connection is a little bit poor. So I can continue now. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has determined the main values for developing tourism and creative economy in Indonesia, and referring to the sustainable tourism, skilled human resources, experience satisfaction, product and service diversification, and technology adoption. Through these core values, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy seeks to transform a new direction for tourism development as a strategic sector in achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The Ministry of Tourism and Economy and Creative Economy also increase investment growth and access to financing for tourism sectors and the national creative economy. Through creative activities, it also mobilizes the community to act and save the environment and biodiversity together. In the field of tourism, quality and sustainable tourism is the only solution, and edutourism is one of the answers. Ladies and gentlemen, ecotourism is a combination of the concept of agrotourism, ecotourism, and edutourism in tourism sectors. Agrotourism is a long-term tourism development strategy in the rural areas that allow visitors to learn about the agriculture situation, agriculture work, local goods, traditional foods, and daily life of rural communities, as well as component of the culture and traditions. Edutourism is one side, is a type of tourism that includes certain tourism activities where education, learning, and acquiring knowledge are the main goals of travel. Agro-edutourism is an effort to develop tourism by offering and presenting agricultural business product, environmental conservation, and educational package to improve skills and welfare. The ministry is collaborating with the Indonesian Tourism Guide Association and other associations. For example, in Trubus in preparing several labor-intensive programs such as agro hydroponics in other areas affected the pandemic, supporting for purchasing hydroponic products from similar programs in 2020. Webinar and online training, sharing success stories from the beneficiaries of the hydroponic agrotourism program, and also hydroponic tourist training skills development combined with the aeroponics and aquaponics. Regarding the issue of climate change and decarbonization in tourism and creative economy sectors, we have launched a carbon footprint accounting and balancing. So we call carbon footprint calculator and offsetting on the www.indonesia.travel platform as a step to balance carbon emission generated from the tourism and creative economy activities, which is expected to provide an opportunity for the community to be wise and participate in tourism activities that they can calculate their travel emissions and voluntarily offset and mitigate their carbon footprint. Another concern of the revitalization of the quality of Indonesia's workforce and human resources is about the vocational education. It is expected to be able to produce human resources who are ready to work in supporting national tourism. This strategy focuses on optimizing tourism and creative economy vocational education and training, both education and training institutions, as well as curriculum that is tailored to the needs of the workforce. So it is hoped that excellent professional and competitive graduates will be produced. So in line with the G20 Indonesia presidency, the Tourism Working Group has focused on the discussion on mitigating and after the recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic by strengthening the most impacted tourism sectors, focus on the local people and micro, small, medium enterprises. So the working group also identified in order to recover stronger the post-pandemic. So there are some actions that are to be considered, and it is necessary to support the tourism transformation, which focus on the 5 lines of actions. First is about the human capital. Second, the innovation and digitalization, as well as the creative economy, women and youth empowerment, climate action, biodiversity conservation, circular economy, and last but not least, we touch upon the policy, governance, and investment framework. So, ladies and gentlemen, in order to support this theme of main program of CMO BITROP, I hope we will do a great potential discussion on the regional workshop on the development of agro-eco-edutourism model in supporting biodiversity conservation education for Southeast Asia. Let us share our thoughts and insight for this activity together. Hopefully, this forum can run smoothly and provide the benefits for all of us. On behalf of the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, I hereby declare that the regional workshop on the development of agro-eco-edutourism model in supporting biodiversity conservation education for Southeast Asia, July 14, 2022 at Siameo Baitrop is officially open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Santi 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 Om.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir. So, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to memorize our precious occasion today, may we invite you to take a group picture. May we request you to turn on your camera, and the participant who joining the workshop in this room, may we invite you to come forward and take a photo, please. Yes. For the participant who joining in this room, may we invite you to come to forward to take a photo, please. Thank you. And the participant who joining online, may we invite you to take a group picture. May we request you to turn on your camera.
Bapak Ibu, mangga dipersilakan ke depan untuk foto bersama.
So I will lead the photo group session in Zoom meeting. So the first slide. Next slide. And last slide. And thank you. So in the participant who joining online, thank you. We will have a break for 10 minutes. For the participant joining the event in this room, may we invite you to have a group picture.
Kecil, Pak, enggak diomelin Bu Rima kecil.
a break for 10 minutes for the participant who join in this room. We invite you to have a refreshment that is served. Kindly be reminded at the next session will be started at 9:20 AM. Bapak dan Ibu dipersilakan untuk menikmati So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the program at about 1 minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the program. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the program for this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Now, may we invite the Professor Dr. Arif Satria, Director of IPB University, to deliver his welcome remark. So, please. Okay, welcome. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now may we invite the Professor Dr. Arif Satria, Director of IPB University, to deliver his welcome remark. So, Professor Arif Satria, the virtual floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic of Indonesia, represented by Senior Advisor to the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Honorable Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, respected Director of Vocational High School, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, respected Head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, Minister of Education, respected CMO Secretariat Directors, respected CMO Biotroup Governing Board, Board of Director of CMO Biotroup, Pak Zulham Imran, and Pak Ferdinand, respected CMO Biotroup Partners, our respected resource person, moderators, discussion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is I'm very pleased to welcome all of you in this event on regional workshop on development of Agro Eco Edutourism model in supporting biodiversity conservation education in Southeast Asia, held by CMO Biotroup. Ladies and gentlemen, IPB University has initiated an educational pattern that will carry out the technopreneurs and sociopreneurs who will become the future leaders. I'm very optimistic that there will be a lot of new entrepreneurs in the future, and the current conditions show that business is very flexible. It can be for anyone. With an entrepreneurial orientation, the best job opportunities are in the agricultural sector because the scope is very broad. Every day people need food, and the only thing that can fulfill it is agriculture. IPB as an institutional engaged in the field of producing the excellent human resources must be compatible with this situation, and we must have a compatible education plan to play a role in 2030 or 2035. During the selection of new students, IPB selected prospective students who had a positive spirit, who have positive mindset, who had good leadership, and also who had a good entrepreneurial spirit, and already accustomed to solving problems, negotiating, and moving and people. This the process of producing entrepreneurs, their soft skills have been enhanced, and their competence is extraordinary. The program of Agro Edutourism model, which can connect among teaching factory to industries, students, and public communities through biodiversity conservation education, is a great idea that is proclaimed by Siamio Piotrop. In order to realize the technopreneurship through Agro Edutourism model, Siamio Piotrop can promote the schools and partners in developing technology, research and development until they commercialize the innovation. Whereas for the partner relationship in terms of products, technology, and innovation that has been created, it is needed sociopreneurship practice. It can connect the school, communities, and the industries. Siamio Piotrop, through its educational program of vegetable and fruit production in vocational high schools called as SmartSP, has developed more than 300 schools in Indonesia that potentially produce the competence and excellence human resources. This collaboration has to be maintained for strengthening the connection and link each other to expand the sustainable development program. Ladies and gentlemen, this year Siamio Piotrop is planning to develop Agro Eco-Edutourism program at Siamio Piotrop, which is carrying the theme Agro Eco-Edutourism in supporting biodiversity conservation education, and will be a center and model for Southeast Asia. And IBB University, as a host of the institution of Siamio Piotrop, will fully support the program and will play a role in developing Agro Eco-Edutourism at Siamio Piotrop. I hope through Agro Eco-Edutourism as a value chain of tourism, Siamio Piotrop and schools can be the contributors to discussions, planning, and policy making in supporting the fulfillment of NDC targets and the sustainable development goals in relation to gas emission and resource efficiency. Through this regional workshop, I expect we can give our input and suggestion to enrich the idea for developing the Agro Eco-Edutourism master plan and establishing criteria for the Agro Edutourism educational model in school. I believe that this collaboration can be a part of solving the current critical concerns in South Asia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir. Now may we invite Bapak Dr. Insinyur Bambang Sulistiantara to come forward. For the director and Paromi have a press conference in room studio. Thank you. Silakan, Pak. So, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Bambang Sulistiantara. So, he is the faculty staff at Department Landscape Architecture IPB University. He is a bachelor on agronomy of IPB University and have a master and doctor in landscape architecture at Chiba University. So, for Bapak Dr. Bambang Sulistiantara, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the committee. Good morning, and hopefully we are well. The next session is the time for the opportunity for Dr. Pitoyo Nugroho as a representative from the Director of Vocational High School the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, the Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Pitoyo will give for us for the keynote speaker with the title of Agro Eco Edutourism Program to develop creative and excellent human resources in vocational education. For Dr. Pitoyo, please, the time yours.
Oke, terima kasih Bapak. Good morning to all. And I would like to represent our director for today's and Ministry of Coordination. Our presentation about Agro Eco Edutourism Program to develop creative and excellent human resources in vocational education. Next slide, please. So table of contents. Our presentation is first is about
Mohon maaf, Pak Dr. Pitoyo, suaranya agak terganggu. Cek. Maaf, Dr. Pitoyo, suaranya tidak masuk. Mohon di-unmute.
izin.
Masih, ya.
Sudah terdengarkah suara saya?
Ya, thank you. It's okay.
Okay, I apologize with the conditions. Okay. Is that our presentation present at your screens?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to continue our presentations, and then the table of content of our presentation is only third content. The first is current issues and policies related to SMK, and then the second is profile of vocational secondary school SMK in Indonesia, and then third is develop creative and excellent human resources of Agro Eco Edu Tourism sector in vocational high school through teaching factory. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay, according to census of BPS, the number of working people according to above of 15 years old is about more than of 100 million and 31 million people, and then the number of prestation unemployment rate is about 6.49, and then actually agriculture is has a huge number according to census, because there is 28 or 28.33% number of working people is in agricultural sector. So I think it's a huge challenge, and then a huge opportunity for SMK majoring of agriculture. So according to 10 numbers, agriculture is number one. So I think it's this moment is a good discussion for us how to manage, how to upskilling, how to make these challenges especially for SMK agriculture. Next slide, please. According to our programs, our main programs now is we call it SMK Pusat Keunggulan, or Center of Excellence. We have more than 1,400 SMK Pusat Keunggulan, and then one sector of Center of Excellence vocational school is agriculture vocational schools. So the Center of Excellence of vocational school is a program that the aims is to implement the development of vocational high school with certain skill programs in order to experience quality and performance improvement, which are strengthened through partnerships and alignment with industry, as well as becoming a reference vocational high school that has a spirit of impact and center of improving quality programs. I think is we believe that big answers to our challenge as SMK, as one of schools in Indonesia that a responsibility to produce quality of human resources in Indonesia, especially in the middle area of worker. So the aim is learning that is centered on the needs of the world of work through teaching factory, which is activity producing and processed financial schemes, and then the excellent human resources in facilitating learning based on the needs of the world of work. And then the program is budget planning based on self-reflection, and then the development of learning center for other vocational schools. So the aims, one of keunggulan is as a model for another vocational school, and then they should be they should be give an impact to another vocational school. In the next slide, please. Slide berikutnya. This is what we call it with the link and match programs. As our ministry and our director general mentioned that should be used this main concept of link and match. We call it with X plus I. This concept is they should be synchronized with the industry or entrepreneurship, adaptive, agile, and flexible. So every vocational school should be uses this concept with the link and match, and they should be starting not only from the internships or
Check. Excuse me, Dr. Pitaya, maybe in your network is unstable.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it is. Please continue.
Okay. Maybe sinyal.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I continue my presentation about the link and match concepts. Yes.
Excuse me, Dr. Pitaya, it is still very difficult to hear your voice. Mbak Panitia mungkin masuk unmute lagi. Coba cek. Oh. Sorry, Dr. Pitaya, we could not hear your voice. Cek, Dr. Pitaya. Yeah, any trouble at the Dr. Pitaya's signal or network?
Ini Mas, bisa. Apakah sudah bisa terdengar kembali? Mohon maaf.
Ya, sudah terdengar, tetapi masih agak putus-putus. Please to continue.
Oke, terima kasih. Mohon maaf. Okay, I would like to continue our presentation about the link and match slides. Okay, the first is all vocational schools should be use these concepts, not only
Oh, is an unconnected ya? Oh ya. Staf yang lain dari sana apa? Siapa? Yeah, unfortunately, Dr. Witaya is rejected from this Zoom meeting. We still wait for him to join again. Materinya belum ada di sini. Ya, welcome back, Dr. Pitaya.
Once again, I apologize for this company that is not good enough. Okay, I hope everyone is should be enjoy with these conditions. So this is a slide of link and match. First, we start with the planning sites. It means how should be synchronized with the industry or not synchronous with linear with what they learn and then make a product after they learning at schools. It should be real with the industry demand. And then third is visiting the teachers, trainer, lectures. From
Pitaya, maybe better if your video is closed.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes,
It
please
close my
continue.
video.
Okay. Please to close. Okay, okay. Yeah. Please to continue, Dr. Pitaya. Yeah. Oh, please to unmute again.
Okay. I already changed my device for the second time, so I have this time. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Please move to the better location that you can grab your network.
Okay, yeah. I will continue our presentations. Already change our device and change our location 2 times. So I have this is the left. Okay. This is a slides of link and match. First with the curriculums, planning sites, and then project-based learning. And then the third is visiting teachers or experts, minimum 50 hours per semester per study. And then of course internships. And in our new curriculum should be minimum 1 semester every students. And then of course to keep the quality of the students should be a certificate of competence it's not only for students, it's also for first is, and then the important is for the teachers, lecturers or instructors. And then training by industry, and teachers and lecturers regularly get technology updates and training in the industries. Then of course, applied research, sports, teaching factory and teaching industry. And X is a commitment of sourcing graduates by industry. And then E, it means like scholarships, job contracts, or donate in the form of laboratory equipment or any other form, and so forth. Mas Farhan?
Okay.
Next, yeah.
Dr. Vitaya. Any
Okay.
trouble?
And then the table of content. The second is profile of vocational high school in Indonesia. This is the numbers of SMK based on the fields of study, and then the number of students, and the agribusiness and the agrotechnology is about almost 2,000 vocational high school, and then the number of students is about more than 200,000. And then this is the numbers of SMKPK or Center of Excellence in the field area of agribusiness and agri-technology. In 2021, we have 82 vocational schools, and then divided in 25 provinces. And then in the 2022, we have big numbers. It's about 184 vocational schools in the field area of agribusiness and agrotechnology, and 32 provinces in Indonesia. And then the third is develop creative and excellent human resources of agro, eco, edutourism sector in vocational high school through teaching factory. The definition of teaching factory is we have a lot of definition. But one is it is a learning method that can provide students with practical experiences, like the real situation at the industry, so that they can bridge the competency gap between the needs of industry and that are learned in the TVET institutions. This will build the industrial environment in the academic surrounding. So TEFA, I think, is how industry bring to vocational schools from the plan, implementation, and of course the evaluation. So what the teachers should be delivery of learning, and then assessment of the students should be reference from the industrial standard. And then the objective of the teaching factory is it makes learning more effective. Yeah, they don't learning something that linear with the demand size of industry, and then the students be more practice oriented and focus on problem solving. And then the third is rapid change in technology. This concept low active collaboration with the industry to maintain the defense, and those low people to benefit from the latest technology. So it's kind of like update of technology through synchronize of curriculum, and then internships, and then from expert teachers from the industry. And then this practice-oriented training also increase the confidence and make them immediately productive upon employment. And then it creates a powerful effect, not only on the quality of teaching and learning, but equally on the attitude and mindset of staff and students. So I think it's hard point, how we build of soft skill for the teachers and of course for students. This one has kind of 4 pillars of teaching factory. The first is products. It should be must deliver as much of the competence of student as possible. So the teaching factory is not the same with the products, but the products is something that students should be make it that related that student competence they have, and then mass of high quality and worth sellings needed on ongoing basis, and then does not require much investment. And the second is 4 pillars of teaching factories, learning schedules. So this one is apa namanya? This one is debatable actually, because sometimes you need a block schedule or a semi-block schedule or some things. But the point is it kind of efficient use of resources, because not everyone for professional school they have used number of equipment, teachers. They should be make it the schedule well. So the point is should be efficient, and the schedule is arranged in a theoretical and practical time rotation systems, of course, because every school not the same have resources and human resources, and then this continuous schedule to meet completeness and competencies. And then, of course, they should have lesson plans using a job sheet. It contains sequences of material to deliver student learning achievement with the final result in the form of products. And then it is designed and implemented based on procedures and work standard to press their product according to quality standards. So it's like I mentioned before that this lesson plan, this job sheet, it should be coming from reality from the world of work or industry. And then work of culture. It's kind of like how we develop soft skill from for the students and of course for teachers. So this is enforcement of work culture will consistently affect the soft skill of education outcomes. And then it's signed through 3 aspects, according to industry. Mentioned to us, first is discipline, transparency, and of course honesty. So this one is I think it's best practice teaching factory, one of SMK in the field of agribusiness, agriculture, SMK 1 Pacet, Cianjur, Jawa Barat, student in the field area of agriculture and tourism. It's kind of blended, from the agriculture and the tourism, because this vocational school, they not only have good agriculture, they not good have a maintenance and manage of agriculture, they have to hospitality field area too. So it kind of like relate each other, agriculture and then tourism. This one is a good example, I think, from SMK 1 Pacet. They have good agriculture, well agriculture, and they have well tourism too. Oke, Bapak Ibu semuanya, terima kasih atas waktunya. Mohon maaf kalau dalam penyampaiannya terburu-buru, cepat gitu ya, karena juga waktunya sangat terbatas, apalagi tadi ada sinyal yang kurang baik. Mohon maaf sekali lagi. Terima kasih. Selamat pagi. Sukses untuk semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Pitoyo Nugroho, as representative from the Director of Vocational High School, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, the Republic of Indonesia. Terima kasih Pak Pitoyo atas presentasinya. Ladies and gentlemen, we have passed some learning from the opening remark, and as the keynote speaker from Dr. Pitoya, we can find some terminology and some finding that the AEET, Agro Eco Edutourism program, is very important to develop not only for in Indonesia, but also better to develop for the ASEAN and also to globally in the world. And for the development of AEET, this is very important to make program, the schedule program as a master plan for the development of AEET. And we just learned from Dr. Pitaya that in connection with the vocational high school, it is important also for the vocational high school in Indonesia, and of course for all the countries of ASEAN and globally, that from the program of Indonesian minister, that we can connect with the program of link and match from the ministry, that is link and match with the 4 pillar. This is very important, that 4 pillars indicated the of the teaching in the factory, but the link and match, it is very important to make the link between the curriculum and the practice in the field. What is the link? It's the component of link and match that are the first is the curriculum, and then the project-based learning with industrial sector. The third, visiting teacher or trainers or lecturer, experts from industry. And the fourth, there is a program of internship. The 5, this is very important to make a certificate of competence. 6, the training by industry. 7, applied research, support teaching factory, and the 8, commitment absorbing graduates by industry. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to the schedule. I would like to invite for Dr. Sajali Johari, Sajali Johari, from the Department of Recreation and Ecotourism, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, University Putra, Malaysia. Please open the CV from Dr. Sajali Johari. Yeah, I will read the CV curriculum vitae of Dr. Sajali Johari. Dr. Sajali Johari is a lecturer at the Department of Recreation and Ecotourism, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, University Putra, Malaysia. His qualification in education and from University Putra, Malaysia for the PhD, Master, and PhD. And the area of interest in recreation programming, sustainable indigenous tourism, community-based tourism, outdoor recreation, and social entrepreneurship. In short, Dr. Sajaji will present with the title of Biodiversity Genetic Conservation as a key to support Agro-Eco-Edutourism program in Southeast Asia. Dr. Sajaji, the time is yours.
Okay.
For 15 minutes. Please, thank you.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everybody. Hope everybody can hear my voice. Is it clear?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay. Is it from me to show the slide or from the organizer?
Yeah, we will try from the organizer first.
Right.
Ada.
Ada, kalau tak ada saya boleh sharekan juga.
Okay, please from your side, Dr. Sajali. Oh, ada. It's coming from the organizer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is that from the organizer or from me?
Oh, from you. Okay. Okay, please continue.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Because my time is very short time, 15 minutes. Okay. But I would like to just give a very brief about what is actually the words that we are going to talk about. Biodiversity genetic conservation as a key to support agro-eco-edutourism program in Southeast Asia. There are two parts that we are going to look into. One is on resource management, and the second one is on the user behavior management. That's what we are talking about in terms of tourism, in terms of how we give some forms of experience to the people, especially the tourists. All right. But in some sense, what we are going to talk is about why this biodiversity genetic conservation is very, very important. Because we'll talk about edutourism, ecotourism. We need some forms of a platform, a strength. Then, okay, I just want to brief on what is biodiversity, what is genetic and conservation. Might be most of you knows about that, but at least everybody have to understand. Okay, biodiversity is about life, and it's about diversity, it's about varieties or difference. All right, let me go for the next one. Okay, that is biodiversity and conservation. All right, then biodiversity is the degree of variations of life. It is a measure of varieties of organisms present in a different ecosystem. All right, then when we're talking about biodiversity, then we talk about why we need to conserve the biodiversity. All right, because it's not going to be what we call as edutourism, ecotourism if there's nothing to be enjoyed by, especially for the tourists to come over to our country. But we are blessing, okay, especially Southeast Asia. Like, for example, all the countries in Southeast Asia, we have a very good, authentic, scenic view that people would like to enjoy just because of they want to come to our country. All right, there are three types of biodiversity we are going to talk about. It's about species diversity, it's about ecosystem diversity, and it's about genetic diversity. All right, should everybody knows about that, because it's just like a pyramid. When you have the ecosystem, and below that you have all the species, and below the species you have the genetic genes or the genetic. Okay, when you talk about species, the numbers of different species in one area, and then we talk about ecosystem diversity is how many types of habitats, ecosystems, and communities in an area. And when you talk about genetic diversity, the numbers of genes in all the members of the population. All right. Then we talk about species diversity. Okay, a lot of species diversity is the effective numbers of different species, because we have been going to talk about why we need to minimize in terms of infrastructure. We want to talk about agriculture, we want to talk about eco, we want to talk edu. Okay, this platform is actually This is why we want to minimize, because we want to make sure that the diversity is always there. All right, in terms of the species of the area, of the richness of the area. All right, and then when you talk about genetic, the levels of biodiversity refers to the total numbers of genetic characteristics atau ciri-ciri in the genetic makeup of the species. And then the big things is about ecosystem biodiversity. Refers to the diversity of a place at the levels of the ecosystem. And we are going to talk about the ecosystem in terms of recreation and how it relates with tourism, ecotourism, and so on. All right. Then on that platform also, we're going to talk about what is actually the benefit of biodiversity. Okay. It is two parts. We can just highlight on the benefit is on consumptive values and also on non-consumptive values, because we are going to cover the AET, agro, eco, edu, and tourism. We'll talk about agro-tourism. Is about food. It's about things that we are going to provide the production part that is on the consumption, because we need to have food. This is the problem now in terms of food security. Okay, need to have it. Okay, it's a need. Then we talk about non-consumptive values of the biodiversity is about where we come into the context of a recreation. When we talk about recreation, we will focus on either indoor recreation or outdoor recreation. Outdoor recreation is also about education, outdoor education. We talk about outdoor recreation is something similar to what we talk as ecotourism. All right. Then on the non-consumptive values is also we're looking into the benefit of education and also research, and also on the traditional values. That is actually what we talk about diversity is the benefit. By looking into that, at earlier stage, I mentioned about we are looking into two parts on the resource management and also on the humans, on the users behaviors. Okay, and somehow we look into why the threat of biodiversity goes. It happened because of natural causes or in terms of other causes like anthropogenic causes. When we talk about natural causes, it's just because of there's a narrow geographical areas, low populations. And this is all the resources are threatened with the extinct because of habitat destruction, environmental pollution, climate change. You have to remember, it's not only because of tourism, everything changed. It's about also natural disasters, it changed. Okay, sometimes people say, oh, people are going to the forest and it's going to have the impact to the forest and it's going to impact of the natural resources. But we have to look into the big pictures, all right? And also in terms of wildlife, wildlife population is reduced because in terms of isolated, fragmented, and so on. Okay, this is all because of some things like, for example, people go for hunting, and then for global warming, and also some part because we have to open the forest because of we look into humans' necessity that is food, and then we go into the agriculture part. All right. Okay. From there, we look into the challenges of managing biodiversity with genetic tools. Okay, the fields of genetics have been recognized as key in the efforts of biodiversity conservation. All right. And then one important and constant factor affecting the world's biodiversity is the environmental change, as I mentioned earlier to you. Species have to cope with the ever-changing environment in order to survive. Okay, you can see there's a lot of disasters, natural disasters, the earthquake, it's going to happen anyway. All right, because of volcanic and so on. All right. Maintenance of biodiversity is one of the most important current concern of humankind, as wild species and domestic breed and so on. All right. And we'll talk about genetic diversity is the building block for other higher levels of biodiversity in terms of the population, in terms of the species, And this is the basis of evolutionary potentials of species to respond to environmental change. All right, and as such becomes as essential pillars in conservation genetics. All right, this is we are going to look into, if we are going to be very in depth, we're looking into the inbreeding, like for example in situ, ex situ, and so on. It's going to be something very detailed. What is in situ? What is ex situ? In situ is that in terms of the conservation, we are trying to make sure that it's inside within the area, a specific area. Like for ex situ, we're going to breed it, like for example, at zoo, gene bank, and so on. All right, in terms of species, in terms of biodiversity of the current species, okay? We know about the extinction and so on. All right, back to that, okay? That's why we said that biodiversity genetic conservation is a key to support agro, eco, edu, tourism. By then, we would like to, before we come to eco and edu tourism, we look into everything. There must be a system, what we call a recreation system. And yesterday I talked about recreation is about indoor and outdoor. Okay, when we are going to manage the resource, we have to also try to manage to balance with the people, yeah, because this is part of the whole system. Okay, and then we all have to manage the resource, but we have to also manage the users. This is what we call the equilibrium, and must be some sort of agencies to be the champion to look into that. Either if national park, forestry department, wildlife department, and so on. All right, and then for the users, users can be anybody, as long as might be as a user or as a tourist. But like for example, the locals might be as the users, but for international foreigners or the people who have to travel just to a certain place, that is called as a tourist. There is a definition by WTO, World Tourism Organization, and there are also, and in terms of the resources. There's a lot of people knows about it, right? Okay, when we talk about this, we look into what we talk about environmental impact. Okay, in tourism, there must be how people look into environmental impact. All right, because it comes to be dual responsibility. When we talk about dual responsibility, we are looking into to give people the opportunities to enjoy the nature, and at the same time, we look into what is the impact of the areas. All right, that's what we call as dual responsibility on the environmental impact. But this can actually we can try to minimize. This is about minimization. Okay, when we look into the in depth of it, might be we look into what is the method that you're going to use. All right, and then we have to do some sort of zoning, for example. This is for public, and that is for researchers, and so on. That is motorized, non-motorized, and so on. We look into recreation impact monitoring. That is very important. What lacking now is about monitoring system. Okay, if you go to any other agencies, like for example, I can say some of the agencies, not all. Okay, when we ask about where is the data, monitoring is about to produce something to make sure that we can justify, we can do some sort of analysis on that. And in terms of of carrying capacity, how much it can, sometimes people use as LAC, limited acceptable change. All right, and then visitors management system and so on. All right, that is also part of it. Look into when we are talking about how the biodiversity genetic conservation is key to support agro, edu, and ecotourism. All right. And I don't want to go into details. It's a lot of things because I've been given only 15 minutes. Okay. Then I'll talk about on recreation ecologies. There's a lot of things that we can talk about recreation ecology. All right. And then the studies of how people undertaking recreation activities interact with the environment and so forth. Okay, how successful this is all. Okay, then we'll talk about the recreation impact interrelationship is also called as recreational activity. Okay, but recreational activity, we look into the impact also. They were going to involve, like for example, the soil, the water, the vegetation, the wildlife. This is all things that is going to be related with all when we talk about the activity itself. All right. in recreation point of view. All right. Then this all the impact, right? There is going to be direct impact. Like for example, a direct impact might be we look into the trampling of vegetation, the impact in terms of the amounts of plant covered due to the abrasions or roots, or indirect compact of soil and so on. Okay. All right. And this is about the vegetation. Okay, we look into the vegetation covers, the vegetation compositions, and vegetation crop, and so on. This is about the recreations of things that we are looking into the resource and in terms of activities. And also, I always like to mention about monitoring system to see how it's going to be a good practice. We have to have a good monitoring system. Okay, I mentioned that to you all. All right. And then you see how the monitoring system in terms of recreation, in terms of the biodiversity and so on, in terms of the carrying capacity, limit of acceptable change, wind, worms, storms, and ghosts. Okay, all these. And then we'll look into also in terms of the impacts, the impact in terms of the soil impact and so on. All right. How is the impact going to happen? All right. Then once we look into the biodiversity, we look into the resources, we look into the users, and we look into the details of the tourism. Why we need this? Okay, this can be both. Is a value added for the community, because we don't forget that we are not just looking into the resource, but don't forget that we also have to cater for the people, the survival of the people. Okay, this is very important. Agro-tourism is some sort of about food security for every country in the world. All right. Then the type of agro-tourism, we can put it under rural tourism, where allow tourists to visit the farm and experience. This is the value added. That is the extra income for the farmers, waiting for the farm to produce for the production. And these people come. This is what we call the tourism. They come, they learn, might be for urban students. They never see, what is this tree? They never knows about the tree. They never knows about the chicken and so on. This is where we are going to introduce, give them the opportunity to be together with us, okay? And focus on the tools and development of local community. Due to significant, there must be a positive impact for the farmers and also in terms of enjoy greater economic benefit and so on. All right, then we come to ecotourism. Okay, as I mentioned, it's about ecotourism is also about edutourism as a whole. Like for example, agrotourism is also about edutourism as a whole, because both can be played a very important for the food and also to enjoy in terms of the natural environment. When you talk about ecotourism, we're going to talk also same thing. We are going to talk about conservation. At the first place, we're talking about biodiversity conservation. Ecotourism is about conservation, it's about communities, and also in terms of how they enjoy the experience. Okay, when we talk about the interpretation. Then when we talk about ecotourism, the definition is, nowadays, people talk about the people who want to come to our area. It must be a responsible tourism. It must be a responsible travelers, which are going to go to the natural environment or natural areas. These are actually the strong point that we are going to introduce to them. Then we can try to minimize in terms of the impact of the areas. People come because they want to enjoy. Okay, then we can see the biodiversity of the areas, all right? Because they want to have the natural areas, they conserve the environment and sustain the well-being of the local people. The local people can be the guide, the local people can produce food for them, the local people can produce some of the, like for example, handicraft and so on. Okay, this is the concept of what we'll talk about ecotourism and how they can conserve of the biodiversity. And the big picture is about sustainability. We talk about sustainability is about the three pillars. It's about the social, cultural, it's about the people, and about the economics, and also the most important thing is about the environment. All right. But when we are going to approach local people, we don't talk too much on you have to save the environment and so on. But first and foremost is how are they going to sustain in terms of their livelihood. The economic part is very important. Okay, how they can get the revenue. Only when they conserve the environment, people will come back to them. That is already part and parcel is already on their livelihood. They can produce something. All right, and involve the interpretations and education elements in edutourism, ecotourism, because people coming there because they want to enjoy the nature. They want to see the biodiversity of the areas. Before different areas have the different significance of the areas. Okay, I don't know how much time that I still have from the organizer.
Sorry, Mr. Sajali, could you finish in 2 minutes later?
Okay, this is about ecotourism, okay, about conservation, about reinvestment, about ecology, about the ethics, and about the education. All right, this is about the national park. Why we have all this? This is part of the things in ecotourism, edutourism. All right, okay, because they are trying to preserve, conserve in terms of rare and endangered species. We can consider as totally totally protected species or protected species and so on. Sometimes because of this is a niche of areas, we have to educate people and so on. Okay, how we are looking into how the management of the place is about the resource, as I mentioned earlier, is about the recreation experience. People come to the areas with the intention of to be a responsible tourist, to be a responsible in terms of coming as a recreationist, okay, and in terms of this is about if we have a very nice view in the scenic view and biodiversity, people will come again to enjoy because of the sickness of them to be in the city is a getaway for them to come over. Okay, you have all the beautiful rivers and tributaries and so on. Okay, and also we'll talk about the areas in terms of the land areas, and also very important is about the community itself. All right, and we also touch on the resource just now. Okay, how to make sure that the resource is there, is be intact, is there be forever, not because of the people at that current at that time, but also for the future generation. You see how beautiful this place is going to be if we are going to make sure that the biodiversity is there, the conservation element is there, the preservation of the areas is there, and try to minimize in terms of the impact. All right, okay, the very beautiful areas. And then at the end of the day is about the tourism product, okay, either agrotourism, edutourism, or also agrotourism. Okay, it's about the activities, it's about the facilities, it's about the services and the resources. This is the big things that people would like to see in our area. I think hopefully I'm not too fast. Hopefully you can catch whatever I want to present it to you because of the time, limited times that you given to me. Okay, anything that we can discuss later. Okay, wallahu alam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajali. We can discuss more after this session. From your topic is very important and very interesting. And I will next invite the next presenter. This is from the director of Semio Biotop, Dr. Zulhamsa Imran. Dr. Zulhamsa Imran will present with the topic of safe biodiversity through agro eco edutourism model in Southeast Asia. I will read the CV of Dr. Zulhamsa. Please expose to the screen. Yeah, this is the curriculum vitae from Dr. Zulhamsa Imran. Dr. Imran received the PhD in Biosphere Science from Hiroshima University in Japan, of course, yeah. Okay, and he's now as a director of Semio Biotop, of course. It's very important standing. And next, Dr. Zulamsa, Dr. Imran. It's also many work from assessing a principal factor in Jorbay, Lombok, Indonesia, and Coastal Vulnerability Index as an aftermath of tsunami in Palu Bay. Okay. In addition, he served as a center director. Okay, and also recently with was honored with the Satya Lencana. Oh, it's been from the Indonesian side. Satya Lencana, 20 years old. He works until for 20 years more. Yeah. Now I would like to give the opportunity for Dr. Zulamsa to present the matter and in 15 minutes. It's okay?
Okay.
Okay. Please, Dr. Zulamsa Imran.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like directly present my presentation with entitled Shape Biodiversity through Agro-Ecotourism Model in Southeast Asia. Yeah, as we know that the biodiversity are part of, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. Just stay in the cover plus, yeah. Part of the ecosystem, and they need supported by abiotics system. Yeah, we know that environmentally they need clearly or good environmental to support their life. Yeah, of course, not only in the mountain ecosystem but also in the ocean, or including the coastal area, such as the coral reefs, seagrass, and also mangrove. Needs clearly good environmentally. Yeah, should be friendly. Yeah, friendly environmental to support their life. Of course. Yeah, biodiversity has an important role in nature and also for the human. Yeah, we know that no human should be in harmony with the natures. Yeah, without that, I think is human will be destroy themselves. Yeah, we know that. So many area we can see that the human finally face the face disaster because of their behavior, their behaviors that we call anthropogenic factor can be hit themselves nowadays. Yeah. So CMU Biotrop has really concern on safe biodiversity for the next generation. So why? We now try to promote to save biodiversity not only for now generation but for the next generation, not only for the 5 years but also for the 50 until unlimited years. Yeah, to save biodiversity for food, for biomedicine, for cosmetic. Yeah, for our healthy and for everything to support our living in the earth. So while we conduct this regional workshop to support sustainable use of the biodiversity through agro-ecotourism, yeah, in this opportunity, I would like to share safe biodiversity. Please, next, please. Yeah, yeah. We have really unique biodiversity in the Southeast Asia that we call tropical biodiversity. Yeah. Yeah, we can see that how really enrich our coral reefs and biota associate within that coral reef ecosystem. And also we have at least 13 species of the seagrass also can support our living things, not only for food, but also for how to enjoy their aesthetic appeal when we are going to death. Yeah? Surrounding the coral reef. So we released that the Indonesia is the one country is mega diversity, but I believe that not only Indonesia in the Southeast Asia. When you are visiting to Philippines, for example, is there are many species of the coral reefs. Yeah, we can see the shark, whale shark, and others. Yeah, and also when we visit to Malaysia and other countries in the Southeast Asia, we can enjoy diversity. Biodiversity can give our how to say in the millennial that mentioned healing. Yeah, healing. Yeah, to increase our health because we can get fresh air when we visit the destination that provide by the biodiversity. Without biodiversity, we cannot enjoy the fresh oxygen, of course. Yeah. And then when we are when we see that the tropical biodiversity, we know that in the Southeast Asia have covered 40% of the earth. Consists of 78% of the plant and animal, more than 91% of birds, including migratory species. When you are going to Indonesia and then visit some place in the Pulau Rambut small island, for example, so close from the DKI Jakarta, province, we can see that the many migratory species of birds come, they stay for a while, and then they continue maybe to others country in the Southeast Asia, including to Malaysia, and then they will come back to the Australia and then the Christmas Island in the India Ocean. India Ocean, I think, belonging to the Australia country, that Christmas Island. Even though that Christmas Island will be close in this short part of the Java Island, Indonesia, but unfortunately, Christmas Island belonging to the Australia. So why? We need first we understand about what is the definition. We know that biodiversity is the diversity among living things from various sources, including terrestrial, coastal, marine, and other aquatic ecosystem. That interaction is very interesting. Thank you. Interaction between the biotic and abiotic is really interesting to support one and others. We know that when we are talking about the biodiversity, not only the biotic is safe, but also the abiotic. Abiotic is really interesting. We know that the oxygen or oxygen, and then biod, COD, and so on, in terms of the abiotic system should be support. Sometimes we don't understand when we produce is really high of organic matter, and then coming up to the river and to the mud river, but increasing the nutrient in the mud river can be increase of the a number of the phytoplankton that we call as blooming microalgae. We know that microalgae is not really good for the indicator of the water's quality in the coastal area. We know that they produce not only is dangerous species of the phytoplankton and zooplankton, but also they can reduce of the oxygen dissolved oxygen. Finally, it is very dangerous for the fish. We know that mass of dead fish because of the phytoplankton. So next, please. Southeast Asian biodiversity, I think is really interesting around the world, is the biocultural hotspot encompassing about 20% of the global plants, animal, and marine species. So why Semiobiotop has tried to promote that biodiversity not only in the terrestrial area, but also in the mountains area. Mountain is described. Is described and representing about the biodiversity in the land area, but also we move to the ocean. Ocean is really big, but we try first at least how to go to the coastal area, because you know that this coastal area is really interconnecting between the mountain to the more river area. So one is other is really high depending. So when we are discussing about the biodiversity, when we are discussing about the abiotics qualities to support of the biodiversities. Yeah. So in the sea, I mean the Southeast Asia, sometimes sea is the sea. Yeah. The region contains 3 mega diverse countries, yeah, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. Sometimes we have a similar word between the Philippines, yeah. When we discuss about the carabao is the similar words, yeah. Malaysia is we cannot answer anymore, right? Because we use the Malaysia Malay, I mean it's a Malayu, yeah, Malayu language, yeah. We have a more similar words, yeah. Even though no, we encourage the student speak in Bahasa Inggris, of course, and where 4 of the world's 25 biodiversity hotspots are located, in the Southeast Asia. It's mountain ecosystem. Yeah, we can see that for example, is really typical ecosystem, karst ecosystem, yeah, and then others ecosystem in Indonesia, including swamp, yeah, swamp and others, yeah, and also the tide swamp, yeah. They are particularly not for their high diversity of mosses and orchid. Yeah. The more diverse in genes, species, and ecosystem, the stronger carrying capacity of the environment. So Nordic is only limit people know about the carrying capacity, but why we need to promote carrying capacity, including assimilative capacity, can support when the pollutant material come to the river, finally to the coastal area. We need the biodiversity, microorganism such as the phytoplankton and also bacteria to decompose the pollutant material, and then can support our environmental and also make biodiversity. Next, please. Yeah. No, we come to the biodiversity is a key. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, because we know that biodiversity is the key in our life. Yeah, our life. Yeah, we know that we need support by biodiversity. Without biodiversity, we cannot live, I think. Yeah, we know even it's really small. No, one of the one virus such as the COVID can attack us and finally destroy our economic sector. We need to save sometimes biodiversity of the bed. Because humans sometimes blame that bed already produced of the coronavirus. Coronavirus. But why? We need to ask by ourselves. How come like that? Maybe human destroy their ecosystem. So biodiversity may contain 7 sources of life. Food, of course. We need biodiversity for food. Feed, fuel, fiber, fertilizer, fashion, and pharmacy. At least the 5. I know that not only 5, but 10, 5. In terms of the business. In terms of business. But finance, not really biodiversity, but finance is also F. Biodiversity for fun, of course. Biodiversity for fun, in this term, we know that. So why we developed agro-ecotourism? Biodiversity, biodiversity of ecosystem can support the activity of the ecotourism. Can support the edutourism. We should request students, for example, they learn about the ecosystem, how the ecosystem of the forest is really interesting for us. Because of it has the regulating surfaces. They can absorb, they can store it of the carbon dioxide, for example. It is interesting because sometimes student doesn't know. Student don't know. Don't know about the what is the regulating surfaces of the forest? What is the regulating surfaces of the mangrove and the seagrass? In the coastal area. So we need to deliver. We need to share our knowledge to the student in early student in Bahasa we call early childhood student. Okay, next please. the question is, what is tropical biodiversity is dangerous? Many people know that at least we have to pay attention to factor can be a danger of our biodiversity. First one is the anthropogenic factor, and then the second one is natural factors. We know that the globally increasing of the natural factor in terms of the climate change effective to biodiversity. Yeah, and then and a little people know that the IAS, IAS means invasive alien species. No, they attacks our ecosystem, our population, our species in Indonesia. Not only Indonesia, but also in the Southeast Asia. Yeah, because maybe long time ago they don't know about the water hyacinth is one of the really danger alien species in Indonesia. Yeah, but nowadays it has to become as a weed. Nowadays, yeah, because of they are really beautiful flowers. Yeah, yeah, and nobody knows sometimes aquatic lobster, for example, it also invasive species nowadays. Nobody know in Lido Lake in Bogor, they already determined and then lose of the local species of the shrimp in the Lido. This is really interesting. But increasing factor should be pay attention because of the anthropogenic factor. Yeah, we throw a lot of the waste microplastic, macroplastic can be destroy our ecosystem. Finally, can decrease our biodiversity, of course. So Dr. Kasvanto will be delivered a little bit about how danger about the waste, plastic, microplastic. Yeah, to need to share the lesson learned for our student, for the teacher. Yeah, sometimes I'm really worried about the student around semiobiotop when they deliver macroplastic, macroplastic just everywhere sometimes. So I just want also the security, please remind the student if they don't want to, if they do that I will come to that school and then I will agree with the teachers. This is the we know that a current study suggests that the damage of the biodiversity in the tropics could happen by worse than expected. Megadivers of the tropical ecosystem can be disappearing. I don't know what happened when ecosystem or maybe one species lose. One species lose. We cannot see anymore. The interesting species can be play a role in the ecosystem. We know that the tiger from Java already lose, for example. No, we just can see just cat that as a pet in our home, but we cannot see anymore Java tiger, Java tigers, elephant and so on. Sometimes we can hear how beautiful song of the birds surround semiobiotop, because we still have forest, small forest, arboretum. But how about in the settlement of the people behind of us? There is no birds anymore because they already migrate to other place that need to supply their food, to feed their new generation. Not only human has the new generation, but bird also has the new generation. So many biodiversity around the world can we see here. Crustacean, we can enjoy at least crab, mud crab. Mud crab is really delicious. But when we cut off the mangrove, we cannot eat anymore of the mud crab, because their habitat they stay in the mangrove ecosystem. Many seafood is really delicious, but one day maybe we cannot see and eat in our table. It's really, even though really expensive. Next, please.
You have still 1 minute more.
Okay. Semiobiotop action shape biodiversity. Because my habit. Just want to explain more. save biodiversity from mountain to the ocean, because we know that we have a three program trust nowadays, how to use biodiversity sustainably and also bioenergy and then biotechnology to ensure food security. This is our program trust. At least we can see here we have three program trusts, and then how to move from national to the global, including regional, and then how CMU Biotrop to support by using the motto mountain to the ocean, and also to support sustainable goal. At least sustainable goal number 4, number 13, number 14 is really related to our program trust. CMU Biotrop action on safe biodiversity. We already changed a little bit about our vision, as you can see in this slide. And one priority program or excellent program is Agro Ecotourism in supporting biodiversity conservation. This is our commitment, not only today but in the coming up time in the future. Why tourism? You know that tourism will come to will come to Indonesia, will come to Southeast Asia. This is really interesting. Tourists, and then tourism can be share their contribution how to save biodiversity. We know that meanwhile they enjoy biodiversity, and then they will voluntarily pay to save our diversity in the pictures. Even though we should be refer COP26. I know that this is the Paris Agreement to reduce our emission of the carbon dioxide. At least in Indonesia, we commit 29% until 2030. 2030. Next, please. This one just to show you all about the agro ecotourism support biodiversity conservation. We know that the mass tourism is really destroyed sometimes, but sometimes is only few people know that mass tourism already destroy our species, our ecotourism. For example, snorkeling, they don't know about how to snore very well. Finally, they break of the coral reef. This is some for example. And we move to alternative tourism that we call agro, and then eco, and also edu tourism in the futures. Next, please. Now, agro-tourism's model promoting agricultural activity and product, biodiversity conservation, and learning package. Now we have quite a variant package for this agro-ecotourism activities. I do hope this workshop we can get the feedback how to develop more smoothly for our model in terms of the ecotourism. This is some activity to support that agro-ecotourism in the CMU Biotrop. But we have more packet of the agro-ecotourism in terms of the innovation, technology, learning packet. We need to collaboration with the agriculture senior high school. In one packet, because we know that not only the target of tourists from Indonesia but also from the global. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imran. This very wonderful thing about the biodiversity and how to save the biodiversity by implementing the tourism program, especially for AEET program, as proposed from Dr. Imran. Formally, Dr. Sajali also give attention to serve the biodiversity, especially for the genetic conservation. And the rest time we will discuss about these two topics, and I will invite two discussions. Dr. Krisachay Saman and Dr. Kasmanto. We would like to discuss more about this topic. Very interesting. And the first time, I will give the opportunity to Dr. Krisachay. Are you here, Sidi? Dr. Krisachay?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for both Dr. Shahli and Dr. Imran for very interesting and very comprehensive presentations on this topic. Well, I have learned a lot from both presentations, especially on the issue of the importance of biodiversity genetic conservation from Dr. Shasari. You also talk about the three types of the biodiversity, the species diversity, the ecosystem diversity, and genetic diversity. This is the new knowledge that I just know today. Thank you so much for enlightening me on the issue of biodiversity. Well, the balancing of user resources and agency, it's also important that we need to focus on how to get this balance. Also, the issue of the responsible traveler, the respect to nature, contribution to conservation, benefit community, component of education and awareness and sustainability are the key thing for this responsible traveler, which is important for agro, eco, and tourism. And have learned a lot from Dr. Imran as well, especially what Biotrop has been done in terms of research and education. Well, the thing that is my concern is, well, in order to develop the agro, eco, edutourism, the key issue that in my focus is the sustainability. Both of Dr. Imran and Dr. Shasari have talked about the sustainability. But what I have in mind, it's well, in terms of tourism, I have been in Bogor several times since I have been working in Jakarta in the ASEAN Secretariat a couple of years ago, and I visit Bogor several times, but I haven't got a chance to visit Biotrop. I was at the center of the Bogor and the tourism area, but didn't have a chance to go to Biotrop. In the future, I would love to have a chance to visit Biotrop and will probably see the agro, eco, and edutourism impact. The effort that you have. Well, the primary concern that I mentioned earlier is the sustainability of the impact which come out of this agro, eco, and edutourism. Because as I learned somehow from the biodiversity, I have learned some of the tissue culture, I have learned some of the fermentation approach, but the problem is after learning, I didn't have a chance to practice all of this. I didn't have the equipment to do tissue culture. I didn't have equipment to do fermentation or any preservation. So I'm thinking of the tourists. Once they have studied, they have learned from the agro, eco, edutourism visit, which they have done, how to make this sustainable, how to make the long-term impact of what they learn, how to bring those knowledge and implement those knowledge and practice those learning in their real life. And there might be some other issue as well, because if I go to Indonesia and learn this issue from Indonesia, if the different kind of law and regulations which I couldn't do in Indonesia, but I can do in Thailand or in Philippines, there might be some differences in the law and regulation, and in terms of a lot of things like well, in Thailand I can plant the different kind of plants as well. But well, that's the first thing. It's the sustainability. What takeaway that after I get it, they learn from agro, eco, edutourism, the takeaway that I have, how can I bring that and implement and utilize it in my daily life? And the second issue that I'm thinking about is the Southeast Asian-wide approach of the agro, eco, edutourism. We have, like you mentioned earlier, that 25 biodiversity hotspots are in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. if we have a program of agro, eco, and tourism, how can we link those together and make it the Southeast Asia-wide effort to make this kind of a tourism regional wide rather than for a certain specific country? How can we, if we, after we develop it in Indonesia, in Bogor, how can we apply that across the region? How can we connect those biodiversity hotspot together on the learning of those biodiversity all together? So that's two of my main point. One is that the sustainability, and the other one is on the regional-wide approach, regional-wide effort. That's thank you so much. That's my initial thought on this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kisachai. Some question from Dr. Kisachai delivered to both to presenters. So please give a comment first from Dr. Sajali. Can you reply the comment from Dr. Kisachai? Dr.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very interesting. About I touched a bit on the sustainability just now, because my area of studies is also about SIT, Sustainable Indigenous Tourism, because we talk about humans, we talk about the local community, we talk about the product owner. Okay, this sustainability we can relate with SDG also, sustainability goals, okay, development goals, okay, because of the poverty and so on. But when we look into sustainability, I just now I touched on the three aspects, very important aspect, which is about social cultural, it's about the people, okay? Then we'll talk about in terms of the environment. It's about how we are trying to conserve the environment in terms of the impact, for example. Okay, to minimize, we can't stop because human needs to be in the whole system. All right, and then people need to have a place to stay. The one we have to try to balance equilibrium that I mentioned during my presentation. And at the same time, we don't forget that the livelihood of the people is about the economics of the people. It's about the cost. It's about the profit. It's about the economic growth. That's where it comes with in terms of the research and development. When we talk about social cultural in terms of sustainability, because people are these people, especially the local people, they are very down to earth to make sure that the ethnic, the cultures, the heritage is going to be preserved and conserved, not only for that particular time, but for the future generations. I just give one example in terms of the cultural dance. If you go to a rural place, sometimes most of the performance are all the old generation. The new generation, they don't see that the importance of the culture, to preserve the culture. Is not only to preserve the environment, it's also to preserve the culture. This is also that they have to show that in terms of the social cultures, in terms of the relationship, in terms of how people can work together in the society, in the community. When we talk about things like, for example, in terms of the peoples and the governments and peoples and the peoples in terms of social capitals. This is where things that is very important also in terms of and the other thing is about social environmental, okay, social justice, natural resource stewardship, and locally and globally about this, how we can put things together in terms of environment and the social. People will take care of the environment if they know that this thing can actually give back in terms of benefit. That's why sometimes people use a theory of assess. We want to see what is the benefit of these things is going back to the what we call is the people. Okay, this is very important that we have to highlight about the livelihood of especially the local people. All right, and then this is how it comes together with in terms of the training, for example, in terms of the participation. For example, when we talk about training, is about the capacity building. How we are going to train, especially the local people. I like to see the example, like for example, in Thailand, in Indonesia, maybe in Malaysia, Philippines, and so on. They have some sort of training, especially like sometimes if in terms of education, in terms of environment, in terms of ecotourism, we have the CBT, community-based tourism, for example, community-based ecotourism. They have to be trained to understand, to give some sort of awareness, to look into the levels of readiness of this local community. Only then we will highlight and we identify in terms of the local champion. Like us in the urban place, we are not going to be the local champion for the local people. We have to identify this local champion is very important if we want to see this is going to be growing and also to be in terms of sustainable. In Malay they call berkekalan, impact, lestari, for example. Okay, this is very important. All these concepts in terms of all these pillars in terms of social, cultural, environment, and economic, bring it together, come it to be in place what you thought it about sustainability. Okay, that is my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sajali. I think some point also delivered to Dr. Imran, especially in the aspect of how to link, how to make a link between some places of in the level of region or globally.
Yep.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sajali. I just remember, Sajali is the song of the Piramli, the singer from Malaysia, come from the Lok Semawe Aceh. Nice to meet you, Dr. Sajali. Yeah. Okay. One issue about the balance between the species and ecosystem, I really agree, Dr. Chris Sachai. Yeah, we know that in the ecosystem, we need to make a balance. There is no determinants. There is no dominancy by one species. If dominancy is happen, we can see that the ecosystem is unbalanced anymore. Yeah, this is one key process in the principle of the ecological principle. Yeah, we know that. In terms of the sustainable development, we know that we need to pay attention. We need to address with the social, economic, and then ecological factors. Yeah, when we are discussing about the agro ecotourism, we need to make a balance amongst the factors. We not only oriented for the economic itself, but also we need to pay attention how to save the ecosystem, and then in terms of the ecological aspect, and then also how to increase the community income due to their livelihood. So nowadays in Indonesia, agrotourism is one of the alternative livelihoods. Not only in the Aceh, Sumatra, Java, and also in the east part of the Indonesia. Yeah, we know that one of really most beautiful place in the east part is Raja Ampat. Yeah, Raja Ampat. Yeah. No, maybe in the 10 years, around 10 years nowadays. Yeah. We change, we replace the orientation, our mention, from directly use of the natural resources, including fish, but now we try to promote how to increase our, the ecosystem services, ecosystem services. Yeah, because we know that when we can enjoy the manta rai, in the surround of the waters of Raja Ampat, is more expensive than we eat the manta rai. Yeah, when maybe we can swim together with the small school fish, of the small pelagic fish, or maybe we can when we piece of the giant trevally, one hit of the giant trevally is really nice for the fishing, for the fishing that we call recreational fishing. So I agree. Yeah, we need to support by how to save biodiversity using the tissue culture, and then using the other technology by how to say is the print genetic, for example, and so on. Yeah, we need to introduce that technology to save our diversity. So, and then Yeah, we need tooling. I agree. We need tooling because we cannot walk just by ourselves. Yeah, we need support, but the regional and also global. Yeah, we need to make the network between the Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines. Yeah, and then we can sell what the Indonesia has for the agro ecotourism to the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and then in other hands, Thailand, Philippines, also others country in Southeast Asia can sell also to Indonesia. Yeah, we know that Indonesian tourism is really how to say is really high spend of their money. Then when they go to one destination, not only in the Southeast Asia, especially in the European country, and then Japan, also Australia, USA, they spend a lot of money. Yeah. Especially for the spiritual tourism, going to the Arabian country, right? Yeah, so I agree, Dr. Chris Chai. Yeah, we need to make a dot or maybe dot with dot can be it has networking between the Thailand and Indonesia, and then Indonesia, Malaysia. Malaysia and Cambodia and others country in Southeast Asia. In terms of the approach, there are many. I think we need to put, for example, how to put community as one of interesting variable as indicator of the social welfare. Yeah, because we know that community need to increase their income. Yeah. That all I think is Dr. Chris Chai. I agree. What is your suggestion? Yeah, because but the most hard for us is, can we moratorium our forestry, our ecosystem? This is the hard question, Dr. Chris, in Bogor, because the people increasing, and then they need land for their settlement. And also the cities need to develop, and others. Yeah. This is our problem now. Need to face together, Pak. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Imran. I think the environmental problem is very complex problem for us, especially in the developing country. Actually, we want to know more about what infrastructure needed to develop the AEET, especially in Indonesia for SMK or vocational high school. For the next opportunity, I will give to Dr. Kaswanto to make any comment or suggestion to the presenters. You can move here, Dr. Kaswanto.
Dr. Kaswanto is the same alumni in Hiroshima University.
Oh yeah,
he is my senior in Hiroshima University.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please, Dr. Kaswanto. Yeah, you can move here. Oh, but your face is already. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I will stay mute, but I'm using my microphone here. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Bambang Slistiantara, for this such a wonderful opportunity to share some ideas, some insight for our college, our counterpart outside Indonesia. And also thank you very much, Director Semio Daitrop, Dr. Zohamsa Imran from Hiroshima University, same alma mater with me. May I share screen, Dr. Bambang Slistiantara?
Oh yes, please.
I would like to share screen. So during the presentation from two inspiring speakers, I make some summary, inputs, future perspectives, and also insights. So I would like to share this for all of you guys here. So I would like to put this as a reading view so all of you can see clearly. Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As a discussion here, I would like to share some summary, inputs, future perspective, and insights during presentation from two wonderful speakers. So today, as a regional workshop on the development agro-eco edutourism model for supporting biodiversity conservation education for Southeast Asia. And this session, the theme is about minimum requirement infrastructure for agro-eco edutourism development. So this is a very, very interesting topic. And then this discussion tried to solve at least three topics here. The first one is to improve genetic conservation, which is very well delivered by Dr. Sazali, and then try to create the entrepreneurship and improve productivity of smallholders, farmers in food production system. This is very informative information. And then the last one, I think both invited speaker, but a wonderful speaker, talk about how to improve, how to develop, how to increase, escalate the diversity, especially particularly about the biodiversity conservation in terms of ecosystem services. And because my background is a landscape architecture, and let me use the terminology of landscape services instead of ecosystem services. So this is I just captured from the poster. This is the picture of Dr. Sazali Zohari. So he talked about a wonderful topic, biodiversity genetic conservation as a key to support agro-eco-tourism program in Southeast Asia. And also our director, Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran, talk about a very, very important issue. And then as I can summary through the 15-20 minutes presentation from Dr. Sazali, so he talked about the first one about biodiversity, and then the second about conservation. So the conclusion is that biodiversity should be conserved. So biodiversity plays very, very important role. And there are three types of biodiversity: species biodiversity, ecosystem biodiversity, or I may say as a landscape diversity, and also genetic diversity. So the species, landscape, and genetic diversity should be conserved, should be managed properly at landscape level. So in this discussion, I think we all agree that all landscape should be managed properly in terms of landscape management. And then at the last slide, Dr. Sazali also talked about the equilibrium between user, resources, and also agency. Now, so I think the most play important role here is the agency, but we should not forget that the user is also playing an important role. So when we talk about the equilibrium, the user, resource, agency should sit together at the same table and think about the future perspective, how we can develop the agro-eco-edutourism at the same level, at the same mindset, at the same perspective to reach the future for our future generations. So I think Dr. Sazali also suggests that there is a ecotourism, national park, which is finally at the end talk about agro-ecotourism concept. So this is how to reach the equilibrium, how to reduce the impact, how to we can develop responsibility, try to monitor, try to increase the carrying capacity, and also how to manage visitor management system. I think this is a very, very good idea. And then the second speaker from Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran also talked about the three types of biodiversity: genes, species, and ecosystem or landscape. And then he talked about the biodiversity is the diversity among living things. So when we talk about biodiversity, we talk about living things, which is growth things, develop from various sources including terrestrial, coastal, marine, and other aquatic ecosystems. So we should not forget about aquatic ecosystem. This is also important because it covers 70% of our dimension. And the most Okay. I would like to move the cursor here. So the most interesting part from Dr. Zulhamsyah is the more diverse species and ecosystem, the stronger inherent capacity of the environment. So this is an interesting part. So if you would like to increase, you would like to make it environment stronger, so we have to increase the diversity. High diversity give a high carrying capacity. Yeah, should not low diversity, should in heterogeneity, high heterogeneity, not in homogeneous same level. And then also Dr. Zulhamsyah talk about tropical diversity plays important role. That's why I also strongly agree about this idea that sanctuary in Southeast Asia should consider as the sanctuary zone. Sorry, there is a mistype here. I mean sanctuary zone, cold zone. Since the tropical zone in the equator is covered 40% of dimension, so we can call it as a sanctuary zone. We have to conserve the tropical diversity, especially in Southeast Asia. So this is the important finding, important comments, important quotes. And then also Dr. Zulhamsyah talk about the contribution of significant. It has a significant contribution set by Biodiversity through Agro Edutourism model in Southeast Asia. I think this is an important contribution, important act, important step, important movement, and very can give a significant contribution to global international level. And also, I would like to emphasize here as a sustainable development goals from the United Nations. Actually, when we talk about the agro ecotourism at United Nations in Food and Agricultural Organization, there is also one program, very good and famous program called as GIAS. Global Important Agricultural Heritage System, which is also considered as same level for agro-ecotourism. So we can make a combination of collaboration with FAO through GIAS, Global Important Agricultural Heritage System. So we can support our program, our movement to take to the international level or global level to United Nations. That's for summary, and then this is my input as agro-ecotourism. From two speakers, I think we have to take ecosystem or landscape services to another level. We know that landscape services consist of provisioning, direct input, and also supporting and regulating, and finally we could obtain cultural landscape services from agro-ecotourism. Not only fruits, not only for regulated climate change, but also we can conserve local knowledge, local wisdom, and so on. Southeast Asia in equatorial and tropical country has a lot of cultural landscape services. And as a future perspective, I think I totally agree with all speakers here that the next level should be pentahelix collaboration between academicians, businessmen, community, government, and mass media. And I pass the C here as a community as a center. The central, the leader of this movement, this agro-ecotourism. So should not be forget about community, but we have to inform the community, since the agro-ecotourism should be community-based development. And then this is an insight. This is my last slide. I think the most discussion here about the fourth chair, from agro-ecotourism. The agro came from agriculture actually, which is inside the agriculture. Inside the agriculture already consists of culture. We have a lot of culture, many culture from Southeast Asia, very different, very distinct, and very powerful, very rich, which is we can evolve, we can develop, we can escalate to international level. So culture is the most important thing. And when we talk about ecosystem, ecology, we talk about the future. When we conserve the ecosystem, landscape, we preserve the future. We not talk about the present condition, but we stay here to preserve the future. So for our next generation, that's the more important thing. But on another level, so that's why I make this arrow bigger than the others, because the most important for agro-ecotourism is the part of education. Yeah, that's why today we discuss among vocational school here how we nurture the young generation, the future leader, how about growth mindset. So this is the most important, I think, very interesting. So we nurture the future leader, how to develop agro-ecotourism. So that's why I think start from now, growth mindset, which is agile, which is adaptable, which is carrying capacity in high level, which is also give a guarantee for us that the future is safe. Yeah, the future for 100, next 100, 200 years, the ecosystem still be in a good condition. But and also we take the tourism. Yeah, the tourism means here the adventure. So in my opinion, tourism is not only recreation, it's not only picnicking, but tourism is a journey. There is a tour, there is a destination. Not only one destination, but many destinations. So there is an adventure in tourism. Should we combine this fortune, culture, future, nature, and adventure, so we can build a robust agro-ecotourism in the future. So that's my opinion, my insight, and this is the last slide, that agro-ecotourism is a dream, I think, yeah, but sometimes dreams are wiser than waking, but everything comes from a dream. So let's make this dream agro-ecotourism come true. Thank you very much. My name is Kaswanto. Instagram Kaswanto. You can check my blog Kaswanto. Back to Dr. Bambang Sulistiantara. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Kaswanto, with the wonderful insight from the side of landscape ecology. Yeah, maybe Dr. Imran and also Jazali can reply in short comment concerning how to conserve the biodiversity and how to maintain the sustainability of tourism.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah,
please.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang, Professor Bambang, I think, yeah. So we know that in terms of the biodiversity, safe biodiversity in the first step, how to protect our biodiversity. Yeah, we need to conserve, we need to preserve our biodiversity using more biotechnology, using, for example, tissue culture and then biotechnology product. Yeah, so this is only first step. Yeah, we need to answer that the next step should be preserve and conserve. Yeah, conserve and preserve. Yeah. To protect our biodiversity. Yeah, and then I just want to give another perspective in terms of the agro-ecotourism. The key factor is the people. Yeah, the people. The people should be pay attention in terms how to increase their to educate, to literate them, and then they realize that the biodiversity can give them the livelihood. Yeah, can give them living things. Yeah, this is most interesting. Yeah, so why Symbiobiotop encourage the agriculture senior high school to engage, yeah, to improve in this program. Now, and the second one, we should pay attention from the action to the movement. Yeah, from the action to the movement. Yeah, from the action to the movement. Yeah, Dr. Kaswanto already mentioned about how interesting now, not only action. Yeah, not only action from the agro-ecotourism, but how to use this terminology to be a movement. Yeah, in the pictures. Yeah, because yeah, we know that tourism not only discuss about the pleasure, but we discuss about the adventure. We discuss about the how to give our thoughts, yeah, our eggs, yeah, to save biodiversity at least in the first step, yeah. And then the second thing about the people, I agree about the mindset. At least in my mind, we need to improve 3 mindset for the young generation. In the first one, Dr. Kaswanto already mentioned about the growth mindset or growth mindset. Our IPB rector always mentioned about the growth mindset. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we face how to say is the eligibility and so on. Yeah, that we call FUKA. FUKA. And the second one, we need also increase our positive mindset. Yeah, positive mindset. We always think biodiversity is positive for us. Yeah. Biodiversity positive for environmental. This is interesting for the young generation, yeah. And the third one is the humble mindset, because sometimes the human really want, because they have the high selfish, high selfish, yeah, to use and exploit, yeah, exploit our natural resources, both, yeah, both. I mean, it's the renewable natural resources and renewable natural resources. So we need to increase our humble, Pak Bambang, yeah, Pak Bambang. Otherwise, we cannot to develop our network from local to the global. So our thinking about movement from the local to the global, how to put globally and then act locally, and also act locally to the globally is also interesting for us to make a connection. Connection network from among regional country and also to the global country. Yeah, we know that nowadays many tourists come from the how to say is around the world, come to the Thailand and Indonesia, increasing after we can handle our pandemic COVID-19. But agro-ecotourism is one activities, one movement can contribute to our economic growth, yeah, but also in the most interesting, how to sustain our community livelihood. This is all from me, I think, Dr. Bambang.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Eamon. So I will give also the opportunity to Dr. Sazali. Maybe you have a short comment from the question from Dr. Kaswanto.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. I think we'll look into the business part. All right. This is about the business community because we need to survive. All right. There's a lot of things that we have to look into. We will talk about in terms of the technology, in terms of the technology transfers, in terms of the community itself. But very, very important, as I mentioned earlier, is about the people, is about the mindset of the people. How to change the mindset of the people. That is very crucial. That is very important. As long as everybody understand what is their roles and responsibility, is going to be better and better and going to sustain. It's not only the government is trying to change all the policy to make things better, but when it comes to the implementation part, when it comes to on the action part, it's not going to be very smooth. It's going to be, at the end of the day, nobody is going to win. Okay, that's why very important for people to understand each other, what is their roles and their responsibilities about the mindset. When we talk about the mindset, is how that we will work together to make sure that people have their own set of ways of putting it together to make sure that everybody will understand. For example, in terms of giving them awareness. Some of them, they know what's going on, but they don't know how to. The very big point is how to. Everybody can talk about in terms of things going to happen, but the in terms of the delivery, the how to, the action, the implementation is not that clear. That is happen everywhere. We are champion to say anything in terms of the this is what is going to do in terms of master plan, in terms of whatever we want to do, but it's not been the connection is not that strong with the actual, especially to the local people. That's why we talk about the green concept, we talk about the SDG, like for example, access to the basic services. So that is very important, especially to the local people. And then the support inclusive growth, that is very important, how the role is going to be played by especially the agencies of the government. And at the end of the day, that's where we are going, what we call as to promote environmental sustainability. When two parties, in terms of the agencies, in terms of the people, in terms of the users, in fact, they knows what to do. And that's where we are actually at the end of the day to promote environmental sustainability. Because in terms of the 17 pillars of SDG is clearly defined, but only people are going to take it and point by point. That's why it's not been put it in what we call that in the right way. All right. That's why I agree with the speaker just now, talking about when he made point on the provisioning, supporting, regulating, and cultural landscape services. And then he talks about agro, eco, edu, and tourism, about the culture itself, about the future, about the nature growth of the mindset. That is what I'm highlighting on. And then in terms of the tourism itself, is about people are going to experience, especially nowadays is the trend. You can see how we can actually invite people to our place. It's a trend. People want to go out, especially after the pandemic. During the pandemic, everybody are at home. Now they want to be free. This is the right time for us to work together in terms of the regional part, in terms of in between countries, in the ASEAN countries. We should promote together, not to be silo, not to just, oh, this is this. We are the best. We are the best. At the end of the day, nobody is going to be win. Okay, if we can work together to make it as a package. Okay, might be Indonesia, they are great in terms of agriculture, for example. In terms of technology, might be from Thailand. In terms of other things from different countries. We promote that so that everybody, they going from place to place to enjoy and to see what we can offer to the, especially the tourists. When we talk about tourists, the high standard tourists might be tourists from outside, especially from foreign countries. Okay, that is what I'm looking into in terms of how the mindset of the people can be changed, and then the responsibilities, and then in terms of how to make sure the implementation is just not just on the aspect of putting things together, but the implementation is the action and implementation of things is very important as a whole. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sazali. I think it is very important concept. It's still new concept. We want to implement this in Indonesia and also for other countries out of Indonesia. This is very wonderful, very important discussion today, and I will give one opportunity again in the last closing statement. Yeah, closing statement, 1 minute closing statement. It's 1 minute. Okay, please, yeah. Dr. Imran.
First, I would like to thank Dr. Kaswanto and also Dr. Chris Sai to sum up our presentation. It was really nice, yeah, to put in our summarize and our results of our regional workshop today. So the last statement, yeah, we don't need to put what our thoughts in our package, but we need to spend from our packet to the peoples, and then how to make the movement of the agro ecotourism not only for the action, but to be a movement not only in the local but also in the global, to save our diversity. Thank you all.
Thank you. That is a closing statement from Dr. Imran, and then from Dr. Sazali, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For me, I feel that this is a best platform for us to work together to make sure that everybody will be safe for futures, and then we can actually safeguard all the necessities, like for example, in terms of food securities, in terms of the conservation, preservation, and so on. Okay, make sure that everybody's, as I mentioned earlier, everybody knows what their rules are, their roles and responsibility, so that everybody will be win and win. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajali. Thank you very much for all the presenters and discussion also from Dr.
I request closing statement from Dr. Chris Chat and also from Dr. Kaswanto.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Please, Dr. Krisanchai.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity for me to join this discussion. And I believe that this eco-edutourism is very important for our Southeast Asian region. And I wish that we will have a very successful new approach in the eco-edutourism that we are working on together as the regional effort. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I think it is important to hear the closing statement from Dr. Kaswanto.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Bambang Sulistiantara. So thank you very much for joining this wonderful opportunity to discuss with among a very, very wonderful, amazing college here, amazing scientists, amazing education. Amazing educator, I mean. Thank you so much. I totally agree about agro-edutourism is for sustainable development goals. The issue about sustainable actually about if I may say about 3P, yeah? People, planet, profit. We already done about the planet, already discussed about the profit. Now this time we focus on the people, as Dr. Wilham already mentioned. That the important issue is about the people, and then we try to act as a movement to reach international level, global level. So congratulations for all of us here. Congratulations for Dr. Wilham as the key person in this discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the presenter and discussion, for your attention. We have learned more about the how to implement the eco-edutourism. Yeah, we would like that we can implement this AEET program at least at school, at our country. Thank you very much, and we give applause, a big applause for all the presenters and present. Thank you very much. The time back to committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for facilitating the session very well. Maybe once again for the applause. Okay, once again, thank you, sir, for facilitating the session very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, now may we present the certificate of appreciation for the speakers virtually through the presentation. For the first one, for the first speaker, Dr. Sajali Johari. So please continue to present the certificate presentation. Okay. So now may we present the certificate of appreciation of the speakers virtually through the presentation. For the first speaker is Dr. Sajali Johari. Certificate from Director Dr. Zulfikar Imran, Director of Prof. for Dr. Sajali Johari. May we give applause for So thank you for the second speakers. The certificate of appreciation will be also presented to Dr. Zulham Shah Imran by Ibu Sri Widayanti as a Science Innovation Technology. So the certificate of appreciation from Ibu Ms. Sri Widayanti, the Science Innovation Technology Manager. Okay, we also would like to present certificate to our moderator. Maybe Ibu Sri Widayanti stay at the, yes. We also would like to present certificate for our moderator. So may we invite Dr. Zulham Shah Imran to present the certificate, Pak Bambang? Okay. Okay, thank you. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to have a lunch break. Kindly be reminded that the next session will be started at 1:30 p.m. We would appreciate it if you could turn the room in on the time. So maybe we have lunch break first. So thank you for this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. in the moment. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the program in a moment. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And after the lunch break, now we will start the next session featuring 4 speakers. This session will be facilitated by Dr. Raul Jibradesina from Philippines. He is the president of Biodiversity. So good afternoon, Mr. Raul.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Yes.
And officers of CMAO.
Okay. Dr. Raul is bachelor's in fisheries aquaculture and Master of Science in Ocean Science and Master in Public Administration. His doctoral and PhD in environmental economics. So, Mr. Raul, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Raul Bradesina, President of Partido State University, representing our Honorable Commissioner Aldrin Darilag of the Commission on Higher Education as a moderator for this afternoon. I will be facilitating this session entitled Development of Criteria and Indicators of Agro Eco Edutourism Program for Southeast Asia. May I inform you about the guidelines? Presenters will present her presentations for 15 minutes. We will allow first all the presenters to complete their presentations before we will listen to the discussants. The discussants will have the following expectations. 1, summarize the results of presentations, provide input or additional information, recommend action for future development of AEET and supporting biodiversity conservation for Southeast Asia, provide insights in the formulation of the results of the discussion. Participants can ask questions or give additional information or insights to enrich the formulation of the results. Maximum of 2 questions for each participants will be allowed if time permits. The sharing of session will last in 30 minutes. If you would like to raise a question or share insights, please activate the icon with the raised hand to be recognized. Once recognized, please introduce yourself, then ask your question or give your reaction. In this session, there will be a total of 3 papers to be discussed by our resource persons that will serve as inputs to the development of the expected outputs in this workshop session, namely, the first paper will be on Agro Eco Edutourism Program in Vocational School, Jakarta, Indonesia. The second paper will be on ecotourism resources and management model in Thailand. The third paper will be on transforming ecotourism value chain in developing countries to accelerate more resource-efficient, low-carbon development, a case study in the Philippines. And the fourth paper will be on the development of criteria and indicator for agro-ecotourism model in school for Southeast Asia. These presentations will then be followed by reactions from our discussants. We have 2 discussants in the persons of Dr. Ferdinand, the Deputy Director for Administration, and Dr. Saituna Haji Korus, IJB member from Brunei Institute of Brunei Technical Education. I will be facilitating the discussion and questions from discussants to the resource person. I will also obtain some inputs from resource persons, discussants, and participants related to the theme of the sessions. I will then conclude and formulate the results of the session. Friends, for the first paper, let us listen to the presentation of Dr. Valentina Purnama Dewi on Agro Eco Edutourism Program and Vocational School, Jakarta, Indonesia. Madam Valentina Purnama Dewi, the virtual floor is yours.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Saya Ibu Valentina, Kepala Sekolah dari SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta, Sekolah Pertanian. Terima kasih saya sudah diberikan kesempatan untuk menjelaskan tentang Agro Eko Eduwisata Nusantara di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Ada. Iya. Baik, yang saya hormati Direktur Siameo dan jajarannya, Bapak dan Ibu, peserta workshop, baik melalui daring dan luring. Baik, saya akan menjelaskan tentang kegiatan Agro Eko Eduwisata Nusantara di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta terletak di Jalan Asli, dalam lingkungan Balai Benih, jadi satu lingkungan berada di Balai Benih Dinas Pertanian DKI. SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta merupakan sekolah pusat keunggulan. Next. Ya. Next. Ya. Merupakan sekolah pusat keunggulan dan sebelumnya adalah merupakan SMK COE, Center of Excellence. Kemudian SMK ini juga sudah melakukan pengelolaan secara BLUD dan mempunyai luas area seluas 10,5 hektar yang terletak di lingkungan Balai Benih Induk. Kalau kita masukkan total semua luasan dari Balai Benih Induk, maka area yang dapat digunakan untuk agro eko eduwisata seluas 10,5 hektar. Kemudian sekolah pertanian satu-satunya di DKI Jakarta. Ini adalah nilai lebih dari SMK Negeri Jakarta. Nah, sekolah ini aktif dalam penggiat urban farming di DKI, bahkan sudah 2 tahun berturut-turut menjadi juara untuk Tanimas tingkat nasional. Dan yang paling utama adalah sekolah ini adalah sekolah yang mendapat program Smart Bee untuk tanaman buah dan sayur. Budidaya tanaman buah langka juga yang bekerja sama dengan PT Astra Motor, di mana Astra Motor mengeluarkan satu semboyan, 1 kendaraan, 1 pohon. Sehingga SMK Negeri 63 dapat menghasilkan tanaman buah langka dan tahun ini menjadi juara nasional untuk konservasi tanaman buah langka. Untuk kegiatan lain, siswa di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta juga mengolah limbah pohon pisang menjadi biotrop, menjadi biopot, dan ini adalah produk unggulan dari juara prestasi junior Indonesia yang alhamdulillah mendapat juara. Sedangkan untuk pertamanan kota dan pengembangan tanaman hias, SMK Negeri 63 bersama-sama dengan Dinas Pertamanan DKI mengembangbiakkan atau membudidayakan tanaman hias dan membantu penanaman pohon di sepanjang Kali Ciliwung bersama tim lingkungan hidup DKI Jakarta. SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta mempunyai konsentrasi keahlian, yaitu agribisnis tanaman pangan dan hortikultur, pemuliaan dan perbenihan tanaman, landscape dan pertamanan, serta agribisnis pengolahan hasil pertanian. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta mempunyai visi terwujudnya sekolah pertanian yang mampu memberikan pelayanan yang prima bagi warga sekolah dan masyarakat, menghasilkan lulusan yang berkarakter, mandiri, berbasis kewirausahaan, serta berbudaya lingkungan. Jadi kalau kita lihat memang sangat sejalan visi SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta dengan program Agro Eko Eduwisata ini. SMK ini juga mendapat dukungan dari pemerintah, industri yang terkait, dan perguruan tinggi. Kita sudah bekerja sama dengan Siameo Biotrop sejak tahun 2018. Juga mendapat bantuan Teknopark dan mendapat pendampingan dari Universitas Pertanian Bogor. Kemudian kami juga mendapat pendampingan dari PT Astra Motor untuk tanaman buah langka. Sedangkan untuk landscape dan pertamanan, kami bekerja sama dengan dan didampingi oleh Universitas Trisakti, juga Universitas Pertamina, di mana dengan Universitas Pertamina ini siswa-siswa kami melakukan penelitian sederhana, fun riset tentang selama pandemi ini apakah ada pengaruh bertanam dengan pengurangan stres pada masyarakat di kota besar. Nah, ini dilakukan oleh anak-anak kami bekerja sama dengan Universitas Pertamina. Dari kota, dari pemerintahan kota, kami mendapat dukungan dengan adanya Takota, Tani Kota. Dari Takota, kami bekerja sama dengan Basnas sehingga kami membudidayakan lebah madu. Nah, nilai tambah bagi Agro Eko Eduwisata di SMK Negeri 63 sekarang bisa memanen madu langsung di SMK Negeri 63. Dan yang selalu kami lakukan adalah bekerja sama dengan Pemda setempat, yaitu dengan program Tanimas melakukan urban farming, pelatihan ke masyarakat. Nah, ini sangat sesuai dengan tujuan daripada Agro Eko Eduwisata yang dicanangkan oleh Biotrop, yaitu tujuannya membangun Agro Eko Eduwisata Nusantara yang produktif, kompetitif, dan lestari. Di mana prinsipnya adalah pemanfaatan dan pengombinasian beragam sumber daya di SMK untuk pengembangan Agro Eko Eduwisata Nusantara. Ini sangat mendukung kegiatan Siameo Biotrop dengan program Smart B-nya. Pertama, SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta didampingi dengan penanaman kebun buah, di mana kami mendapat bantuan jeruk dan jambu kristal yang dibimbing langsung oleh Dr. Suprait. No. Nah, ini sudah mulai berbuah jambu kristal kami. Suprianto, maaf Pak. Nah, ini sudah mulai berbuah. Dan ini adalah nilai tambah dari kunjungan para pengunjung ke Agro Eko Eduwisata SMK Negeri 63. Nah, sebahagian daripada bantuan jeruk dari Smart Bee kami tanam di lahan, dan sebahagian kami tanam menjadi tabulapot di depan halaman sekolah. Nah, ini tentu saja menjadi daya tarik yang lain bagi pengunjung yang datang ke SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Nah, kegiatan Tanimas kami gunakan untuk menggandeng masyarakat dan siswa dari sekolah binaan kami yang bekerja sama dengan Dinas Pertanian Kota. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, SMA dan SMP yang berada di sekitar sekolah kami itu sudah kami bina, dan kegiatan Agro Eko Eduwisata ini sudah menjadi kegiatan rutin untuk SMA, SMP, SD, bahkan TK di sekitar sekolah di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta untuk datang atau mempelajari pertanian sehingga membantu pembelajaran juga di sekolah mereka masing-masing. Nah, Agro Eko Eduwisata ini kami kaitkan dengan pembelajaran di sekolah, di mana ini merupakan project based learning bagi pembelajaran di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta untuk jurusan agribisnis tanaman hortikultur. Dan Bapak dan Ibu, di sekolah kami, para pengunjung bisa bersama-sama melakukan kegiatan bertani dengan siswa, kemudian memanen dan mengemas hasil panennya. Dan dari hasil panen yang sudah dilakukan, itu kami secara berkala sebelum pandemi untuk kegiatan Teknopark, kita mengadakan pameran bersama. Pameran bersama itu kami melakukan pameran hasil panen, kemudian sekolah yang menjadi binaan kami, mungkin kalau sekolah itu mempunyai program keahlian dalam bidang animasi, dia membuat film tentang kegiatan panenan. Kemudian ada juga yang berkolaborasi dengan pariwisata UPW, dia bisa membawa orang-orang yang berkunjung dengan jasa UPW di sekolahnya ke SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Jadi di sini bisa terjadi kolaborasi antara satu sekolah dengan sekolah yang lain, bahkan yang berbeda program keahliannya. Nah, ini area Agro Eko Eduwisata, sebahagian dari area yang ada di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Dan untuk di kota besar, Bapak dan Ibu, ini luar biasa, anak-anak di kota besar masih tertarik dengan pertanian. Karena yang orang kira anak-anak tidak suka dengan pertanian, ternyata mereka masih berminat masuk ke jurusan pertanian. Nah, untuk jurusan pemuliaan dan perbenihan tanaman, kami memilih yang kami muliakan dan yang kami kembangbiakkan adalah anggrek. Nah, kenapa anggrek? Karena kalau anggrek yang kami biakan, bunga anggrek di kota pemasarannya lebih luas. Kemudian untuk menunjang Agro Eko Eduwisata itu lebih menarik gitu. Setelah mereka berkeliling melihat pertanian, mereka bisa melihat keindahan bunga anggrek. Nah, kemudian kami juga menyediakan area pembelajaran untuk pembibitan, dan selanjutnya kami menyusun paket program Agro Eko Eduwisata yang kami bagi atas 4 paket. Yang pertama adalah paket edukasi untuk siswa. Nah, paket edukasi untuk siswa dimulai dari pengenalan pertanian itu. Kemudian dari mengolah lahan, jadi kami sediakan satu lahan kecil, kemudian satu lahan itu diberikan pembelajaran pengolahan, lahan berikutnya adalah lahan pemupukan, dan lahan berikutnya lagi adalah lahan pembibitan sampai penanaman. Jadi satu hari itu dia berpindah-pindah lahan dan melakukan bermacam-macam kegiatan yang berhubungan dengan penanaman. Dan terakhir mereka akan panen sayuran. Kemudian yang kedua adalah paket urban farming. Biasanya paket urban farming ini untuk orang-orang perkantoran atau kelurahan yang mengirim pesertanya ke SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Di sini biasanya mereka berhubungan dengan ketahanan pangan, jadi kegiatannya adalah menanam sayur secara hidroponik atau menanam sayur di polybag seperti cabai atau pakcoy dan lain-lain. Nah, jadi kita memberikan juga pembelajaran dari pencampuran media tanamnya, kemudian dari membibitkan, media tanam, menanam, dan memanen hasil tanaman itu. Yang ketiga adalah paket pembuatan kompos padat dan cair. Nah, kami berharap karena ini agro eko eduwisata tujuannya adalah pelestarian lingkungan, kami berharap tidak ada sampah yang keluar dari lingkungan sekolah atau rumah. Jadi sampah yang bisa dibuat kompos itu kami beri percontohannya dan ada pelatihannya. Dan kompos yang dibuat itu ada dua, yaitu kompos padat dan kompos cair. Yang keempat adalah paket panen bersama, makan di saung dan jalan keliling kebun. Nah, ini yang paling disukai oleh ibu-ibu atau keluarga yang mungkin ingin mendapatkan penyegaran di kota besar dan mendatangi sekolah SMK Negeri 63 untuk melakukan wisata, itu sangat menyenangkan. Nah, untuk pengenalan pertanian yang sifatnya pembelajaran, nah kami memberikan harga per paketnya bervariasi dari 35 itu ada dua pilihan, yaitu paket 1 dan paket 2. Nah, kalau peserta memilih paket 1, itu terdiri dari snacknya itu roti, jus, sedangkan komoditasnya adalah cabai, tomat, dan sawi. Kemudian untuk entertainmentnya, anak-anak akan dibawa berkeliling lahan itu dengan menggunakan traktor. Nah, jadi untuk anak-anak, menarik minat anak-anak, kami lakukan seperti itu, di mana awalnya penyambutan anak-anak itu kita berikan pengenalan tentang pertanian. Nah, setelah selesai berkeliling dan melakukan penanaman, maka peserta akan membawa pulang hasil panenannya. Nah, ini harus booking selama 1 bulan sebelum peserta datang. Nah, ini mungkin yang harus kami rubah programnya supaya kapan saja peserta bisa datang gitu. Nah, kemudian paket yang kedua masih seharga yang sama, tetapi snacknya berbeda, komoditasnya tetap sama. Paket yang ketiga adalah paket dengan harga 50.000, yaitu snacknya roti, jus, dan puding. Snack ini dibuat oleh jurusan pengolahan hasil agribisnis, pengolahan hasil pertanian. Jadi berkolaborasi dengan agribisnis tanaman dan tanaman hortikultur. Nah, sedangkan penataan tempat dan lahan tempat penanaman dari pembibitan sampai penanaman dan pemanenan itu dilakukan oleh jurusan landscape. Nah, yang keempat adalah paket dengan harga yang mahal, di 75. Nah, siswa dapat melakukan penanaman untuk cabai dan tomat serta sawi. Jadi itu agak lama, yaitu di bookingnya selama 3 bulan sebelum pelaksanaan. Ini kalau kita lihat adalah kegiatan agro eko edu wisata yang dilakukan oleh siswa-siswa dari TK dan SD. Kegiatan ini dipandu oleh siswa agribisnis tanaman hortikultur. Nah, yang tadi makanannya saya sampaikan bahwa untuk makanan dan snack itu disiapkan oleh siswa dari agribisnis pengolahan hasil pertanian. Nah, ini Bapak dan Ibu, anak-anak yang baru datang kami kumpulkan di aula, kemudian ya guru seni budaya dan guru PPKN akan memberi pengarahan pembentukan karakter cinta lingkungan kepada siswa dengan menggunakan wayang. Jadi karakternya menggunakan wayang sehingga anak-anak tertarik untuk menjadi cinta kepada lingkungannya. Nah, tema materinya itu Bapak dan Ibu. Nah, panen itu bisa dilakukan oleh anak-anak sendiri seperti panen yang ringan, bayam, kangkung. Tetapi anak-anak yang datang ke sekolah juga bisa belajar melihat kakak-kakaknya dari SMK yang melakukan pembelajaran pemanenan. Nah, sedangkan paket urban farming itu kita berikan kepada masyarakat dan sekolah-sekolah. Biasanya kepala sekolah dari satu sekolah mengirim guru-gurunya supaya sekolahnya ada penghijauan dan kami menyediakan kegiatan itu dari mulai menyemai, tapi semayannya di tempat lain, kemudian yang sudah tersemai kami sediakan, kemudian dia mencoba bertanam dan dia memanen di tempat lain yang sudah layak panen tanamannya. Begitu Bapak dan Ibu. Nah, ini adalah pelatihan urban farming untuk masyarakat yang kami lakukan setiap hari Sabtu biasanya di sekolah. Sebelum pandemi ya Bapak dan Ibu. Ini kegiatannya sebelum pandemi. Nah, berikutnya ini adalah panen bersama. Mulai dari panen tanaman sayur sampai tanaman bunga yang ini bisa kapan saja. Kami akan memberitahu kepada pengunjung kapan SMK Negeri 63 bisa didatangi saat semuanya sudah siap dipanen. Nah, pengunjung bisa bersama-sama ikut memanen, kemudian menikmati makanan pesanan mereka dari kantin. Bapak dan Ibu, kantin di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta ini tidak ada orang lain yang masuk ke kantin. Jadi kantin ini adalah kegiatan kewirausahaan dari siswa yang semuanya tanpa plastik. Jadi semua makanan dibungkus dengan daun dan sekolah kami adalah sekolah sehat tingkat provinsi yang siap masuk ke nasional, Bapak dan Ibu. Jadi kalau misalnya datang ke kantin SMK Negeri 63, itu semua yang di kantin adalah siswa yang sedang kelompoknya bertugas untuk kewirausahaan. Nah, kalau misalkan kelompok kewirausahaan di kantin tersebut, yang pertama adalah dari siswa yang merupakan kelompok kewirausahaan yang kita beri modal untuk pengembangannya kepada siswa itu. Nanti siswa itu akan menurunkan kepada adik-adiknya menjadi perusahaan startup-nya. Nah, yang kedua, ada yang dibawa oleh siswa makanan jadi yang orang tuanya mungkin mengolah di rumah dan boleh dibawa ke sekolah dan siswanya yang menjual dan kami menyediakan tempatnya di kantin. Nah, kemudian juga pengunjung bisa juga melakukan panen ikan dan berkeliling ke greenhouse SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Dan menikmati lahan yang mungkin sambil memanen. Ya. Nah, Mungkin itu baru program Agro Eko Edu Wisata yang kami lakukan di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Terima kasih Siameo, terima kasih program Smart B yang sudah memotivasi kami untuk lebih menggiatkan lagi program Agro Eko Edu Wisata di SMK Negeri 63 Jakarta. Nah, kami berharap mudah-mudahan seluruh sekolah akan menggunakan kebun sekolahnya sebagai daerah untuk penghijauan dan dapat digunakan untuk pembelajaran, khususnya pembelajaran terhadap tanaman, kemudian penghijauan dan mempertahankan lingkungan yang hijau di sekolahnya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valentina Purnama Dewi, for your very interesting presentation and visuals about Agro Eco Edutourism program in Vocational School of Jakarta, Indonesia. It showed us how collaboration between school and industry, supported by research institutions, resulted to quality competitive products as key attractions of Agro Eco Edutourism. The multi-institutional collaboration provided the learning space for participants or actors such as students and teachers, and also provided a quality educating experience to visitors. I saw that your paper also covered some practice involving integrated farming and covering almost all modes of agriculture value chain for production, from production to processing and to marketing. Thank you very much. I'd like to, before we go to the second presenter, I'd like to announce that we have changes in the discussants in the person of Dr. Romy Arjansa, Head of Section Ecosystem Restoration and Conservation of Siameo Biotrop, and Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi, Landscape Architecture, IPB University. The next paper will be presented to us by Professor Kubsak Wartungchai, Governing Board Member of Thailand and Dean of Faculty of Forestry, Kasetsart University. The title of the paper that is going to present is Ecotourism, Resources and Management Model in Thailand.
Good afternoon, everyone.
The virtual floor is yours.
Okay, on behalf of Dr. Kopsak Wantongchai is my dean, and for this title presentations about ecotourism, resource and management model in Thailand, my name is Sangsan Phumsathan. I'm going to take in charge of that, and I'm going to present this paper, and I think your program is not being updated right now. So may I share my slide? Okay. So now you see my presentation, right? Is that clear? About ecotourism. Yes. Is that good? Okay. It's quite long, but I just keep like a 15 minutes for my presentation. It's about ecotourism situations in Thailand and also ecotourism resources in Thailand. And I want to inspire you to travel to Thailand somehow after you listen to my presentations. After that, I'm going to make some conclusions about ecotourism management in Thailand. Let me start with the Thailand ecotourism situations and policy, just give you some overview, and after that you're going to understand why Thailand put that policy like that. And we're gonna start with economic insights. And during 30 years ago, you can see that the growth of service part is very like a big part, and it shares some benefits from tourism. That's why tourism development is very important for my countries. And after like a 10-year pass, you can see how tourism services and also tourism industry is growth is shared the percent from agriculture like a long time ago. Long time ago, Thailand is spent on agricultural products, but now we use tourism to support our economic development. And in 2036, we put tourism visions that like the world leading quality destinations and want to balance the development while rewarding Thailand. And we present Thailand to the world who contribute significant country socio-economic development and also wealth distribution in inclusive and sustainability. And for the pillar that we want to develop is comprised of 5 mainstream, is like leading quality of destinations. It also includes the ecotourism destinations and balanced development and promote Thailand and contribute to country socio-economic development and wealth distribution, and also contribute to sustainability, responding to SDGs goal, like 17 SDGs we all know. And the tourism development sector about the issue-based development, and you can see green or ecotourism or sustainable tourism is one of the major issue that Thailand want to develop in the future. And how about Thailand uniqueness? You can see about activities, festivity, treasury, and luxury, something way of life, and Thai wisdom, and also Thai creative experience. And one of the things you can see Thai serenity is related to ecotourism destination a lot. And we also promote this ecotourism destination in Thailand. Mostly is located in national park protected areas, wildlife destinations somehow. And about sustainable tourism policy, 2 things. First, green tourism projects, and second thing, we concerns about SDG goal, sufficient economy philosophies, and GSTC global sustainable tourism criteria that's related to your topic right now. How about the green tourism strategy? 3 main strategy. First, developing green tourism resources. We concerns about environmental impacts and ecological integrity in the destinations. Creating effective mechanism for support green tourism, and also think about marketing for green tourism, how we can promote green tourism everywhere in Thailand. And this all you know is about sustainable tourism development project, policy developing sustainable tourism. We put sustainable tourism as like a goal for tourism destinations, and also sustainable tourism monitoring system we call Tourism Watch monitoring program. We put monitoring program system in every destination to monitor the impacts from tourism, and also sustainable tourism development handbook. The government create the handbook and distribute the handbook to the destination, and then they can follow how to manage the site to support sustainable development. And also from Tourism Authority of Thailand, they promote the program about 7 Green is very related to ecotourism goals, like green hairs that travel with your health environmentally friendly and realize the value of the environment. And second one, we talking about green logistics. When you travel, choose to use clean energy, green attractions. This one, the government policy that aim to promote strong community and sustainable tourist attractions, and also green activities. We want to see eco-friendly tourism activity everywhere, and green communities. Encourage tourists to learn about local values and maintain the identities of local communities, and also the 6 green services. Good business management, concerned about environmentally friendly and choose products that are environmentally friendly as well. And the last one, you go to the Green Pass, volunteer to take care of the environment. That we call 7 Green, that we promote this program to in the destinations. And just give you some example, we put some kind of poster or handbook and distribute this one to all destinations. See, and also promotes is about a small footprint. Small footprint encourage tourists to behave like a low impact activity and calculate their footprints, and we want to reduce the footprint from the tourists. And also guideline for communities as well. And you can see some kind of this poster in the popular destinations of CBT, community-based ecotourism. And how about the second topic about ecotourism resources? Mostly ecotourism destination in Thailand located in protected area. And so the components of ecotourism related to the management of tourism in protected area, we concerns about three components. First is nature-based. Ecotourism only refer to tourism that's based on the natural environment. And when people travel to this destination, they seek to see some kind of pristine environment and lead to promote conservation. And the second one, we think about sustainable tourism or sustainability. The goal of sustainable tourism going to put for the goal or the visions of the development. Like ecotourism can provide environmental conservations. Ecotourism include meaningful community participations. And last one, we think about profitable and can self-sustain. And the last one, components of ecotourism, we think about education, because the aim of ecotourism is to educate the visitor about value of natural environment. And I just want to let you know a little bit about Thailand protected area system, and you can see the diversity of ecotourism resources in Thailand. And this is the protected area system in Thailand. From wildlife sanctuary is a top, like strictly conservations to the other area that the criteria is like reduce the scale of conservation from wildlife sanctuary, national park, non-hunting area, forest park, and the other kinds of protected area system. Just show you some criteria and activity index. Okay, we go to wildlife sanctuaries. The major objective is to preserve the wild animals. So the activity, ecotourism activity in this protected area is just like a study, and people have to keep in a safe place and just be zoning, not people not allowed to go in the wilderness area inside. And national park is very famous for ecotourism destination. And non-hunting area, also forest park and biosphere reserve. Everyone quite familiar with this kind of protected area of watershed headquarters, mangrove forest, and also botanical gardens and arboretum garden. And the other part, a thing about tourism in national forest reserve is very popular right now, because Royal Forest Department, the other department in Thailand, want to develop recreational forests to encourage the people to go into the forest and keep the slogan is that people are going to be happy in the forest. And for my research, development of recreations and tourism management in national reserve forest in Thailand. So the surveys like a total the whole country. We found 120 destinations in located in 85 sites of the national forest. And after that, we classified ecotourism destinations based on the major source of destinations like a viewpoint and waterfalls and other water-based destinations, and cave and geomorphologies, hot spring archaeological destinations, the group of nature trails and oak growth forests, and CBT community-based destinations and agro-tourism. And then we select this type of this 89 like have high potential for tourism development based on the criteria, 17 criteria about site potentials, 9 indicators for site potentials, and 6 indicators for tourism development potential. And also we think about the potential for management and local community participations. This part is very important, because if you think about sustainable tourism development in the future, you have to think about local community participation, because in the future, you have to work with them, and somehow you have to aware about the conflict between local people and the government as well. And total, we can select the high potential destinations and be grouped as the tourism theme, ecotourism theme based on the activities. It's a slide, just show you some example of that. Okay, and the other trends is like Tourism Authority of Thailand promote popular destinations in everywhere, like unseen campaign, and find some unique flora and fauna in protected area, and also beautiful landscape, and create the national park tourism calendar, which date or which month that you can find some activity that's special for this destination, and Park for Life and 5 national parks. For example, just let the tourists vote the popular destinations in their opinion, and just like create the campaigns for the destination, especially unseen, and ask people to go, like inspire people. Just this, and recreation forest and forest reserve. And this one is one of my sites in research in Guiburi Forest. Is very popular for wildlife tourism, and hence one very popular for geoecology study. Viewpoint and big project in the southern part of Thailand. Maybe one of you know about the Ayurveda Skywalk in Yala. Yeah, outdoor recreation is also popular. It's water-based activities. Yeah, you can see for marine as well. Camping, hiking, is about like bird watching and also wildlife watching. See, you can see amazing wildlife. It's just like the heavens of wildlife. Okay, the other ones on my project, and see after we do some rehabilitations in a food plot, wildlife food plot, the elephant back, and they just play like a very happy in that area. I just put the camera tab and CCTV in the food plot, and you can see just like we try to develop like a visual tourism in the future. This one, and I want to show you about this one too. This is my popular clip video. It's about peacock. See, they happy, feel like happy, very happy. Okay, and after that, how to connect with local community development. We encourage them to bring their local product from their farm to create some like a special menu for tourists and make some decorations to encourage them to set this program for the tourists. And also the other side is like a volunteer tourism to protect the environment. This just show you the examples of the total number of visits to national parks. You can see the big parts of ecotourism, how big a percent share of ecotourism in Thailand. The number of visitors, I just want to show you before COVID, shares a lot of percent, and very high number of visitors visit to national parks in Thailand. And based on my research, the motivation of people visit national park or ecotourist motivations, they want to experience different things, introspections or something excitement, like a development skill, also return to the nature, learn more about nature is very important motivation for ecotourists. And the other things right now, Thailand developed Thai Royal Project to bring agrotourism destination, create a lot of agrotourism destinations from Royal Project destinations. It's like we call Thailand Unique Royal Project. 38 project we put in the root of this project. Like I think just show you some examples and how Thai government create agrotourism related to Royal Project development. Yeah. See, you can see they bring some outstanding source or outstanding destinations to create the routes for tourism route, agrotourism routes based on a King project. Okay, just make some conclusions about current situations in tourism, ecotourism activity in Thailand. We develop activities, facilities, service, and also we care about landscape design, site planning. We increase attention to safety and hygiene after COVID. Focusing on nature study and nature interpretation is one of the major purpose for ecotourism, and concern about carrying capacity, both physical and ecological carrying capacity. And the last one, impact monitoring program everywhere, have to set this program to monitor the impact. And the components of ecotourism management, we put like 4 major parts. The first part the destination. The destination is tourism in tourist action that are mainly related to nature. Maybe somehow we can include cultures and historical sites that related to ecotourism. Therefore, this spatial component is tourism based on nature. Important management principle is to maintain ecological sustainability. Second one, the management. Ecotourism management in this past focus on responsible tourism activity, low impact on the environment, society, pollutions, and be concerned about current capacity and appropriate level of tourism development based on the site potentials. For the activity, emphasize on tourism activity that promote the learning process by providing educations about the environment and ecosystem for the site. And this one, local participation is very important. Highlight about participation of local community involved in thinking, planning, collaborating, and also implementing benefit sharing, monitoring, as well as participating in maintenance of tourism resources. And the goal of ecotourism management in protected area, I'm going to provide like a summarizing 3 main parts. First, protect environment and important unique ecosystem. Second thing about the society and local economy and also quality of life of local people. And the last one, increasing knowledge, understanding and awareness of the value of protected area and natural resources. It's just the keyword, okay, for ecotourism management. First, sustainable tourism is the main part. Philosophy of protected area establishment, because different protected area type, different management strategies, different goal of tourism, shares the value of nature, ecosystem, and local culture to visitors. The form of tourism has to be rely on existing cultures and history, ecological integrities, and think about quality of tourist experience. Local economy development, stakeholder participation is also important as well, increasing awareness of visitor, small scale of development based on carrying capacity and impact monitoring, as we already talked. And also right now we think about marketing, how to bring the right person, like quality eco-tourists to the destination. Just show you some example that the campaigns about ecotourism marketing in Thailand was to increase the knowledge of the visitor and also think about the impact in the destination. Okay. And interpretation side and how to behave well and how to dress up and encourage the people to reduce the plastic in the destination. And also we promote the campaigns of 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle, and prohibit about single-use plastic in the destinations. And we put like a plastic ban. 2019, we banned about capsule, microbead, and also plastic bag. 2022, this year, we prohibit about foam container. And the next 3 years, we're gonna try to prohibit single-use cup and straw plastic. And we also promote universal design. And thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Samingsan Kumsatan, for a very comprehensive presentation about the ecotourism resources and management in Thailand. You presented to us how ecotourism should be developed following the principles of green tourism and responding to the Millennium Sustainable Development Goals, specifically environmental protection. You showed us that ecotourism should be guided by the seven green principles, and these 7 green principles supported the development of tourism products, tourism management, tourism market, and the people's code of conduct, which are the key towards the promotion of sustainable behavior in Thailand's tourism. I saw that in your presentation, you also showed us, you also informed us about criteria and indicators composed generally of the site potential, which to me refers to livelihood assets, that tourism development potential, which to me refer to tourism products, and the management, local community participants, or participation, which to us refers to sustainable behavior supporting ecotourism. What's also very wonderful, what is also wonderful about your presentation is Thailand included tourism behavior and motivations in the development of tourism plans. Thank you very much. We'll now go to the third paper to be presented by Madam Maureen Grace Libria, the Program Director of Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development. She's going to present to us a paper entitled Transforming Ecotourism Value Chains in Developing Countries to Accelerate More Resource Efficient, Low Carbon Development, a case study in the Philippines. Madam Libria, the virtual floor is yours.
Hi everyone, can you? Thank you. So I'm not Miss Libria. I am standing in for her. My name is Andrea Go, or you can call me Andy. I am the project officer of the Transforming Tourism Value Chains project at the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection or Sustainable Development Inc. or PSEPSD. So again, thank you for the opportunity for our organization to share about what we've been doing for sustainable tourism. So I will not be focusing on just one case study. I will be rather providing examples from different activities that our project is doing here in the Philippines, which I hope can inform your discussion on developing the framework of CIMEO Biotrop's Agro Eco Edutourism program. Okay. So as a quick background to the NGO that we come from, PSEPSD is a non-profit and non-government organization, and we are the administrator of the National Eco-Labeling Program, Green Choice Philippines, or NELP-GCP for short. So we manage several projects and programs under PSEPSD, but GCP is our flagship program. And you'll see later on how this program connects to our project on sustainable development. Sustainable tourism, sorry. It is a voluntary, NELP-GCP is a voluntary third Party Type 1 Eco-Labeling Pro 14024 or environmental labels and declarations. This provides criteria for environmentally sound and preferable products. The criteria that we develop considers the life cycle of the product, meaning we take a look at their environmental impacts from its inception up to its disposal and come up with specifications to limit the negative impacts at their entry points in the life cycle. So we work a lot with various stakeholders such as national and local government agencies, most especially the Philippine Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So we also work with businesses, academia, and civic organizations. And we not only develop criteria, but also promote the program, its products, its eco-labeled products, and how to acquire these by teaching our stakeholders about green procurement or sustainable procurement. So of course, sustainable or green procurement practices extend to the tourism sector as well. One of the most recent GCP criteria that's been updated to support eco-labeling for the sector is for the food service establishment, which hotels usually have, right? So this set of criteria is actually a result of or output of the recently concluded project with Worldwide Fund for Nature Philippines called the Sustainable Diner, a key ingredient for sustainable tourism. So food service is one of the areas that our sustainable project is targeting to be less resource intensive. And we have completed awarding pilot businesses of the project of the NELP GCP, the seal of approval, thus indicating that they met the minimum standards to be environmentally friendly, including, of course, government compliance, and with indicators such as having awareness about the environmental impacts of the food industry, mitigation or reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, among others. And with that, the criteria calls for the need to be trained and educated in sustainability. And so far, the restaurants of Taal Vista and Pico de Loro Beach and Country Club, both of which are actually partners of our Sustainable Tourism project, have been awarded this GCP Eco label. But interested restaurants, of course, are in the Philippines are highly encouraged to apply. So updating the eco-labeling criteria of the food service industry provided a more direct means for our organization to reach the travel and tourism sector. But we knew that there was more that we could do to help the sector shift to more sustainable practices. So for context, the Philippine tourism industry was very prosperous pre-pandemic with its highest GDP contribution 19 at %, indicating social and economic support. But of course, because of the pandemic and now the Omicron variant and new variants, travel was forced to halt and borders closed, as with many other countries. Before the outbreak of COVID, which is business as usual, worldwide tourism contributed to 8 to 11% of global greenhouse gas emissions in 2019, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council's latest publication, a net zero roadmap for travel and tourism. So, however, there are currently no local statistics for greenhouse gas emissions of the tourism industry for comparison, which is why one of the goals of our project is entitled Transforming Tourism Value Chains, is to establish one, as well as to provide technical assistance to businesses wanting to pursue sustainability in their operations. So the primary goal of the TVC project is to reduce GHG emissions and increase resource efficiency in high-resource tourism sectors in developing countries and small island developing states, namely Dominican Republic, Mauritius, Philippines, and St. Lucia. So we as PSEPSD is the organization implementing the project in the Philippines together with the Department of Tourism and other local partners cooperating with UNEP on this webinar. So the high-resource sectors that we are focusing on are accommodations, meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, and cross-cutting their F&B sector. So we currently have 74 hotel partners that have onboarded with the project, meaning we provide technical assistance to these hotels in their sustainability journey. So together with the stakeholders from government agencies, businesses and associations, after conducting several key workshops, activities, and research since 2017, the project has developed this roadmap, what you see here on the screen, or a master plan guide with 4 systemic solutions with corresponding targets in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. These systemic solutions are sustainable food value chain, sustainable events, sustainable energy, and zero pollution from tourism. So each solution has their own suggested main and supporting activities with targets that converge and aim to reduce GHG emissions by minimizing food waste, improving solid waste management and wastewater treatment, and also getting rid of problematic single-use plastics and increasing, of course, clean energy. So the overarching target of the roadmap is to reduce GHG emissions by 30% by 2030. Although this publication was released before the pandemic, and of course, before the recent IPCC assessment reports, the activities suggested by the roadmap for businesses and policymakers to adopt are still very much applicable today to help meet our targets. So later I'll send the link to the roadmap, but if you can try to copy that on the screen. So we're very glad also that the Glasgow Declaration was mentioned in the concept note for this regional workshop, because the roadmap can play a very significant role in helping Philippine tourism businesses achieve commitments of the GD or the Glasgow and guide the industry to adopt more sustainable tourism practices. So as a recap to everyone, maybe not everyone knows about the Glasgow Declaration yet. Climate action in tourism. This was launched in COP26. It is aimed to increase urgency and accelerate climate action in tourism. And of course, to cut tourism emissions at least in half by 2030 and reach net zero ASAP before 2050. So the GD is a major development because the main output of the TVC project is that for each business that we engage is the development of a sustainable tourism action plan through the use of our roadmap and RE tool or resource efficiency tool. So this can act as the climate action plan that signatories of the Glasgow are requested to commit to within 12 months. So joining the TVC project for Philippine businesses would bring them several steps closer to becoming signatories of the Glasgow Declaration. So the project can specifically assist tourism businesses with the measure and decarbonize pathways. So those are the 5 pathways of the Glasgow Declaration. As an example, the project developed a resource efficiency and greenhouse gas tool, or the RE tool, that assists tourism businesses to calculate their GHG emissions from scopes 1 to 3, which are directly and indirectly controlled emissions, such as from solid waste and food purchases. The hotel's data from the RE tool feeds into forming their climate action plans to plan out their next actions in the coming years. So this is our resource efficiency tool in MS Excel format, which helps establishments track their resource consumption and GHG emissions. It measures this through indicators such as guest nights and guest days or for conference or MICE delegates, energy, water use, food waste, solid waste, single-use plastics, and food purchases, so that they know which problem areas to focus on or prioritize first. Monitoring progress for sustainability is just as important as implementing the solutions. So of course, we've been training hotels and MICE in the use of this tool so that aside from tracking their carbon emissions, we help them see if there are any changes that in their operations that are effective. We help them set measurable targets if they be ready for that. And for hotel chains, it is particularly useful as the tool has a print feature that allows them to see the performance of multiple properties at a time. And it can feed data into their sustainability or government reports that require data on scopes 1 to 3 of greenhouse gas emissions. We also have a manual to measuring resource efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions in the hotel and conference sector, which accompanies the training of when we train the hotels and resorts with the RE tool. So our project is also very much open to having a train the trainer session, especially for local government units in the Philippines who also want to monitor their hotels' greenhouse gas emissions. And we also, of course, want to build the foundation of knowledge of the staff and employees if they are not aware yet of climate change, for example, and other environmental topics. Because one of the ways in which hotels can enact change faster within their organizations is to have motivated employees who are aware of why they are implementing these practices in the first place. So a key part of the project support and success is the organizing and conducting of training on sustainable tourism topics and practices. So these on the screen are just some of the trainings that we've conducted before and during the pandemic. For example, in our plant-based culinary training, we covered the basics of meat reduction and animal welfare with Humane Society International and discussed the positive environmental and nutritional impacts from plant-based diets. Through cooking demos, we also showed participants how to create meat alternatives and dairy-free dishes. So other examples of our trainings are sustainable procurement, food safety and food waste management, and we even did one on circular economy, which are all covered by the donors of the project because people tend to ask how much we charge to attend the training. But all of our services are free as long as it's within the scope of the project. So not all of these we've done alone. We've tapped and became partners with experts to further promote sustainable tourism in the country. And another activity that we are doing under the project, targeted more towards the MICE sector this time, is the development of a sustainable events checklist with the Philippine Department of Tourism, with the objective of guiding event organizers in implementing sustainability, promoting efficiency in resource consumption, and mitigating carbon emissions in most aspects of event organization, and also to help them monitor their progress in the form of suggested data indicators. So the checklist also has taken inspiration from existing criteria and initiatives, namely the ASEAN MICE venue standards, the ANAHAO certification, DOT health and safety guidelines for MICE organizers, UN Environment Program Sustainable Events Guide, and the UN Sustainable Events Checklist. So one of our initiatives also to encourage sustainable tourism is this campaign in partnership with UNEP, Clean Seas, and DOT to increase awareness among tourism stakeholders on the environmental problems created by SUPs and to gradually change their behaviors. So with this campaign, not only are we targeting hotel staff, managers and procurers, we are also targeting tourists as well, because you really need to have everybody on board by educating them on these kinds of topics. And also since these are the main groups that affect day-to-day operations of an establishment. Part of the campaign also seeks to promote already existing initiatives of the establishments addressing SUPs. And because of this campaign, we were able to emphasize that establishments have already been addressing SUPs by providing their guests refillables instead of disposables, or using eco-friendly, reusable, or compostable items such as bamboo toothbrushes, wooden combs, paper bags, metal straws, and glass bottles. Lastly, I'd like to share that part of the project's communication activities, we've developed a total of 3 business case videos to inspire audiences on best practices, with the inclusion of sharing how much GHG emissions they've saved or avoided as compared to business as usual. So for example, Nature's Village Resort used their food waste for compost and feed for hog growers. They've saved about 104,000 kilograms of CO2 emissions because of this. And Eco Hotel and their practice of making homemade bathroom amenities saved them about 80,000 pesos a year and 2.4 thousand CO2 emissions per 330 ml of shampoo bottles. We hope also that these statistics, among others, speak volumes to the hospitality sector, and that the project can help in implementing greenhouse gas monitoring for businesses. So yeah, that was my last slide, and I hope that what I shared about our TVC project activities in the Philippines would be beneficial to the development of the agro-eco edutourism model. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Andrea Go, for a very informative presentation about transforming ecotourism value chains in developing countries, zeroing on Philippine experience. I noticed that you have presented to us eco-labeling criteria for the food service and tourism. And there are 2 of these criteria that you made mention to us. First is the food safety and nutrition, which to us refer to the quality and safety of tourism food products for consumers, and also environmental management and resource efficiency, which to us are referred to sustainability of ecosystems and resources for resource users and host community of tourism destinations. It's wonderful that you made mention 4 critical aspects of tourism promoting low carbon emission. These are sustainable food value chain, sustainable event, beating pollution from tourism sector, and sustainable energy. And this can be implemented through reduction in edible food waste, reduction in non-renewable energy use, zero untreated sewage, and reduction in GHG emission. Thank you very much. You also showed to us some tools and indicators for monitoring and measuring resource efficiency. I think this is where this will become very helpful for us in developing the criteria and indicators for sustainable agro-eco-edutourism in Southeast Asia. The next presenter is Dr. Soprianto, affiliate scientist of CMAU Biotrop. We will be presenting the fourth paper entitled Development of Criteria and Indicator of Agro-Eco Edutourism Model in School for Southeast Asia. Dr. Prianto, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raul, for the time of my presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, I'd like to present about our team's works. In this case, is on the development of criteria and indicators of sustainable eco-tourism in Southeast Asia. So, the most important one in this case that we are limiting to the one thing on model in school. Yeah. So previous presentation, most of them are talking about the ecotourism in a big scales, but now especially in the agro-ecotourism model in school, yeah, for Southeast Asia. The next please, yeah. So I'd like to present some backgrounds why we're focusing on the school, especially the vocational schools. Establishment of school fruit garden for education, production, genetic conservation, and entrepreneurship in agriculture vocational high school was done in 19 provinces in Indonesia. We call it the program is SMART-P program. Or we call it the Sekolah Mandiri Produksi Tanaman Sayuran and Buah Edukasi, was able to improve the competencies of the teachers, staff, and students in those partners. SMART-P program support also the teaching process and improve the curricula to support the government program on national and educational system. And as well as the SMART-P also program produce the fruit garden, fruit-based product, and learning package through teaching factory. Each higher vocational school is very unique in geographical position, unique in landscape, ethnic, cultures, economic level, vegetable, fruits, and plant diversity, technology, as well as in the learning packages. So this one thing that must be taken into account about the condition in Indonesia that maybe can be developed in Southeast Asia. Therefore, this uniqueness must be promoted through the development of criteria and indicators of agro-ecotourism model, especially in the school in Southeast Asia. Workshop on agro-ecotourism in December 21 was agreed to develop 6 criteria, 16 indicators, and 45 parameters that was tested. It was tested in some school and now it's being tested also in another schools. Next. Well, the objective of this paper is we would like to developing the criteria and indicators of agro-ecotourism models in school for Southeast Asia. The second one, this is the most important one, harmonizing the principle, criteria, indicator among the Southeast Asian member countries, ASEAN member countries, on agro-ecotourism concept. Yeah, I saw some presentation that maybe a little bit different, but one and the other are complementary, I think. Yeah. The most common developing the developing the criteria and indicator, we use the ecological values, we use the economical values and the societal values. And in the middles, this is the sustainable agro-eco-edutourism that must be done in Southeast Asia. And there was, from our first presentation, the most important one that I would like to take accounts this morning is about the recreational system include resource user and agencies that would maybe influence very much to this sustainability of the ecological value, economic value, and social value. In this criteria and indicators development, we have to consider about the competitiveness of the product, and then the productivity and the sustainability of the resources. Next, please. What is our modalities? The first one about the definition about agro-eco-edutourism. Agro-eco-edutourism is an effort of tourism to promote the agricultural products, environmental product, learning package to improve the skill and happiness. So it is not welfare, but happiness. This is the most important one. The agricultural products include vegetable product, fruits, and other derivative product as well. And these products coming from the vocational school in Indonesia. Environmental conservation include landscape, soil conservation, species conservation, waste management, compost production to achieve the circular economy, as well as to learn for the student on the climate change education. Then the learning package consists of seed and seedling production, potted fruit trees planting and management, hydroponic, as well as the technology on geospatial to increase the skill and the knowledge of the visitor or the students. Next, please. This is one of the second modalities on the environmental rehabilitation for climate change education. This was done in the campus of Agroforestry campus in Tulungagung, East Java, done by the vocational school 1 in Tulungagung. They planted 4 years ago from the bare land and planting with the paracer and the Salcataria and also some fruit trees. And now we have the carbon accumulation quite nice. Yeah? In 4 years could have 26 ton per hectare. Yeah, it is a very nice education. You can see from the bare land to the forested land. Next, please. And this is also we developed the technological modality of the using the geospatial for monitoring the plantation in the vocational school, and it is will be very important in the coming industrial revolution. Next, please. And this is also another modalities that might be important for us is our networks. Vocational network in 19 provinces was very great opportunity to us to develop their teachers, also students, as well as for others development in for vocational schools surrounding the principals school. Yeah. Next, please. And we have some plantation each school until 38.8 hectares and 16,824 fruit trees has been planted. 78.8 the survival rate, and now 92% are bearing the fruits. And the most important one for this symposium, there is 46 fruit tree species and 94 fruit-based products. So the conservation was done by planting also some indigenous fruit or productive fruit, especially which produce some important product for the vocational school. There is also 54 standard operational procedures on intensive fruit garden establishment, as well as 94 standard operational procedure fruit-based product. And it is will be published in the special publication. Next, please. Also, we have concern with the human resources development. We conducted the training for trainer since 2018 until 2021, we train already 818 teachers coming from 305 vocational school, and it is also good achievement in different aspects, supporting the agro-eco edutourism. Next, please. This is also the other modality for the innovation. Some of the schools could produce the innovative technology such as vacuum evaporators for producing the fruit puree coming from different fruits, and also the slicer machine for cassava, and also an important one, there is one school could produce the bananas producing 3 benches per tree. It is in Temanggung, Center Java. Next, please. And some products was also produced in this one from the vocational school, and it is part of the our modality for producing the agricultural product. And we can conclude in this modality that SMART-P program contributes significantly to achieve the SDGs program goal number 4 on the quality education. Next, please. Okay, before we go to the development of the criteria and indicators, we have to know about the hierarchy and its definition in principles, criteria, indicators, parameter, and verifier of sustainable agro-eco-tourism in this aspect. Principle is the desired long-term goals of sustainable agro-eco-tourism with regard to the function and objective in education system at school model. So we have to consider about that. We cannot change any as we like, because there is the function and objective in education system at this school. And this one, every country in Southeast Asia are different. A criterion is defined as an aspect of agro-eco-tourism management that is considered important and by which sustainable agro-eco-tourism may be assessed. A criterion accompanied by a set of related indicators describe a state or situation that should be met to accompany with sustainability of agro-eco-tourism. And an indicator can be in quantitative and can be in qualitative or describe attributes that when we measure or monitor periodically, of course, indicate the direction of the changes in the criterion of sustainable agro-eco-tourism, either toward or away from the sustainable of agro-eco-tourism. Then parameter is a value for measuring the achievement of the sustainable agro-eco-tourism at the school model. So I limit it to the school model. Verifier is a source of data or information or condition in the field to check or to verify or to validate an indicator with special purposes to evaluate an indicator. So this is the hierarchy that we have to know before we develop in the details. Okay, next please. This is if I would like to put in fishbone analysis. This is the sustainable agro-eco-tourism, SEAT. We can make using the assessment question, sustainability in what? As we may know that the last presenters were very nice because they develop also what they call national eco-labeling program, and this is some parameter are mandatory and the other one is voluntary. And it is good if we can put in the phase diagram phase bond analysis like this. And again, the sustainability of agro-eco-tourism is depend on the function and objective of the education in the school model, where the principle this become the principle of the education. And then based on this fishbone analysis, we can create some criteria. Yeah, some criteria can be criterion 1, criterion 2, criterion 3, criterion 4, and each criterion must be developed in different indicators. Maybe we have different type of indicators, and to be broken down to parameters, and the last one to verify. So you can see from the index 4, 4.1, 4.11, and 4.1111. Next, please. Or maybe you can develop like this, using the tabulation system to develop criteria and indicator as well as parameter and verifier. So again, function and objective of the education in the school is the most important to be considered. So we can see, say, for example, about the criteria 1, institution or policy, and then the second one, environment, and then the one, social, the fourth one, economy, and others. So you can break down into different types. So at least this is the framework. Next, please. Okay, say for example, this one, yesterday we discussed with Dr. Our Deputy Director about the first one is about the institution or policy. I just put the weight 25, maybe later on we can adjust it accordingly. It is include the legal aspect, stakeholder involvement, monitoring, and evaluation of Edutourism program. And the legal aspect is very important. There is having a school legal document, especially on the degree, act of school, land use act, etc. And then 112 is the school mandate. What are the vision and the mission of the school? 113, having a school entrepreneurship act, entrepreneurship section or corporate act, yeah, we, can be proven from the, can be verified to the corporate act. And then 114 is management structure of the Agro-Ecotourism. There's a act of the coming from the principle. Stakeholder involvement can be from the government, 121, can be from the others institution, 122, can be also from the others, and this institution should be included in the involvement of stakeholder in developing of the strategic program of Agro-Ecotourism. It is 1, 2, 3. 124 is the improvement of the communities in the development of the Agro-Ecotourism. And then also monitoring. I think everybody knows about the agreed about the monitoring and evaluation on this thing. Next, please. And then the second component about the social education, especially attraction and tourism activity, include the teaching factory activities. Teaching factory activities is very important because it could have the creative and innovative technology reflecting the competencies of the school model. So 211. Then 212, having the program for improving the knowledge and skill for the students. So the student can be verified, able to produce, able to promote, and able to market about their products. 213, parameter 213, having the learning program for promotion of promoting Agro-Ecotourism school model, so we can see how much the student be involved. And then, okay, I would like to faster maybe 217, having the program on global climate change. So there is a learning module of global global climate change. Next, please. This is a continuation of social, culture, and ethnic. So I saw in this in accordance with the previous presenter, I think, about the value the value, but the value it is in accordance with Dr. Sangsat, I think. So the education for the visitor, there should be the value of satisfaction of the visitor, value experience of the visitor, value of memory, agriculture, or maybe there is some agriculture on other aspect also, and then animal husbandry, maybe we can include in this one. And then we can see also the development of the potential agriculture sector may be included in another aspect. So it is can be a voluntary in this one. And then the integration of different competencies for agro eco edutourism in different aspect of the competencies at the school. Also, it is can be important, can be not important. 2.5, it is social empowerment of the local natural resources. It is very important for the how to develop the local food and beverage to be promoted in agro eco tourism. This is coming from the local people. So the program representing the local wisdom and culture, etc. It is we agreed about that. Next, please. Okay, the economy. The economy is the empowerment of the local community in supporting the agro eco tourism. Maybe there will be an availability of homestay, so the visitor could stay in the homestay as the local people, and then we can also involve the community surrounding of this object. Maybe sometimes the involvement is not continuous or maybe voluntary, can be included in this one. Training program for the community, it is important because we would like to train also the community surrounding the school for involving in our activities. And also we have the what we call indirect participation from the local community. So we can measure by calculating the number of the involvement of the person. And the most important one, because we have the alumni 3.2, indicator 3.2, the cooperation with the school alumni. Sometimes the alumni could do many things, but sometimes they are silent also. They don't do anything. So, okay, so we would like to catch them to join with the agro eco tourism. So the number of involved alumni in the agro eco tourism program is very important. Next, please. Still in the economy, there is a package. There was the presentation from the Ibu Valentine. There's some package for learning package could increase also the revenue. Yeah? And then could be also product order based revenue. And then we can develop also job creation for alumni, local community. This is a contribution of the local community. And then investment consolidation. This Ibu Valentine so asked about the involvement of different companies to consolidate about the modalities for investment. And then also the promotion of agro tourism through media or social media. It is also very important. 4.5, traveler camp. It is important for Southeast Asian countries. The number of visitors coming from the different network of agro eco tourism also can be or must be promoted. Next, please. Ecology. It could be at the second page, but this one I put in the last one because it's related to our seminar, our workshop. So we can calculate into things about the public facilities and then the planning document. But in the parameter, you can check all of them are concerned with the ecology. Yeah, say for example, landscape design, physical carrying capacity, ecological carrying capacity, psychological carrying capacity, destination carrying capacity analysis. Next, please. And environmental conservation program, I put here. Say, for example, biodiversity conservation, this environment, species, or gene level. So we can take a look at how many plants that been planted in the areas. And then risk management, all as still agreed. And then the recreational ecology, I still put blank the parameter because I would like to hear from the audience, especially from the presenter this morning. Yeah, I will put there. And then the having the access. Yeah, for example, about the length of road and then length of jogging track or the other track. This is one of the sample of the creation of the landscape creation by the student coming from the vocational school. So they are able to do like this. So we can train the student coming from the other vocational school. Next, please. As conclusion, Agro-Eco-Edutourism is an effort of tourism to promote the agricultural product, environmental product, and learning package to improve the competency, skill, and happiness. The second one, school model for agro-ecotourism activities plays important role for increasing the quality education to support the SDG goal number 4. The third one, this is the most important one for us, yeah? Harmonizing the principal criteria indicators among the Southeast the ASEAN member countries on agro-ecotourism concept is needed. Development of criteria and indicator for agro-ecotourism in school model can be modified accordingly with regard to the local condition or country condition. So we can modify it accordingly. The fifth one, development of criteria indicator for agro-ecotourism in school model is a good instrument to measure the sustainability of agro-ecotourism. Like there is a question this morning from CMS, yeah, about the sustainability of agro-ecotourism. Smart Bee program has the important words: no farm, no food, and no life. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soprianto, for a very beautiful presentation. In your presentation, the key components of sustainable tourism and sustainable development were transformed into delimiting specific criteria and measurable indicators that will enable us to monitor and determine the changes in these measurable metrics of the objectives of sustainable AEET, agro, eco, and edutourism, so that we can manage it effectively. I'd like to present to you the first discussant for this session. Please welcome Dr. Romy Arjansa, Head of Section Ecosystem Restoration and Conservation, Siameo Biotrop. Dr. Romy Arjansa, sir, the virtual floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Raul. Yeah, actually, that was a very interesting presentation from our four presenters for this afternoon. And we already know that from the first from the Vocational Hub School in number 63 from Jakarta, they already developed the agro-eco-edutourism in the schools. They already involved the students inside in their activity. They also already include the learning packages in their activity, and also they also already have collaborations even with the local governments and also with the several institutions, including some biodrops. I mean, this kind of the activity in the vocational high school of 63 is really important to us to know to develop the agro-ecotourism in schools, even in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, where the collaborations with the other institutions and the government is really important to develop agro-ecotourism, and also they also involving the students in their activities, which is also important, and it could be including in their curriculum, I guess, for the learning application. And then the second one, we also already showed that from Dr. Sang. She presents about how the ecotourism in Thailand, and also already have several like sustainable tourism policy, like green tourism, and then sustainable tourism, and also follow the 7 Gs. I mean, this is a way we could adopt this in our agro-ecotourism. And then from the Miss Andrea, she's focusing on the tourism is contributor also for the greenhouse gas emissions, which they show that from 8 to 11% tourism has contributed from 8 to 11% for GHG emission in 2019. So they developed a roadmap for low carbon and resource efficiency tourism of the Philippines, such as sustainable pollution, sustainable defense, pollution, and sustainable energy, with the coverages like 50% reduction for the greenhouse gases, and also reduction 50% reduction for the food waste, and then 0 treated sewage, and 30% reduction on renewable energies. This is also in line with the Glasgow Declaration in the climate action and tourism. It's already held in 2021. And last one for Dr. Supriyanto, we have seen how Dr. Supriyanto and teams has developed the criteria and indicator for agro-ecotourism in schools. That we hope that we would like to propose this criteria indicator for the Southeast Asia, for schools in Southeast Asia, that we would like also to discuss this in this moment, that we already have several invitees from Southeast Asia that we would like to hear what they thought about this criteria indicator. That is it doable or applicable or implementable in the Southeast Asia. And we also already we know that the definition of agro-ecotourism that already given by Dr. Supriyanto, like this is an effort of tourism to promote the agricultural products, environmental products, and learning package to improve the competence, skills, and the happiness. So the products like agriculture, environmental, and learning is the aim is to improve the competence, skills, and happiness that are the target is students and also the visitors that comes to the agro-ecotourism. So I mean, in this moment actually I would like to give to propose this criteria indicator that that Dr. Supriyanto and teams already developed to the Southeast Asia. So is it really can it be implementable in Southeast Asia actually? So that's from me. Thank you very much, Dr. Raul.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arjansa. We will now listen to our next discussant in the person of Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi of Landscape Architecture, IPB University. Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi, the virtual floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. Raul. Yes. I will not repeat again about the previous presentation from the presenters because it's already summarized by Dr. Romi. Yeah. So during I attend this workshop from yesterday, this morning, and also this afternoon also, I look at that the agro-eco edutourism is look like a web. It's look like a web of cooperation between Biotrope, Xiaomio Biotrope, and also the high school, senior high school, SMK in here, and also industry community, and of course with the government also. So now Biotrope has a good cooperation with the senior high school. Yeah. And also this senior high school is now also have cooperation with the community or industries. They already have the communities. And also Biotrope also have a cooperation with the industries also. But now, if we want to learn from the lesson learned from Philippines and also from Thailand, in the Thailand, and they already have a very good master plan. And also the Philippines also have a very good roadmap in the national level. So in here, the senior high school cannot work by themselves. They have to cooperate with other high school. So I also have this arrow between high school and high school, senior high school. They also have a look like a connection also. And also, of course, with the government. So these arrows express the knowledge, how the transfer of the knowledge, how to transfer of the resources, product, promotion also. So, for example, in the early presenters is SMK 63, senior high school 63. Of course, they cannot work by themselves. They have to have a cooperation with another senior high school, so they can promote each other. This arrow also, especially with the government, is express the funding, contract, and so on. So in here, I would like to suggest first is identify more clearly about the character or resources, activities, product, and landscape of Biotrope and each SMK. Because each SMK has their own characteristic. For example, the SMK 63, they have a characteristic in agriculture. Maybe in here we have also attendance from SMK Rimba. Rimba is forestry. And also maybe SMK has also in fisheries or tourism, yeah, and so on. So we have to identify more clearly about their character and resources. And it's implied to the activities and also products, what they produce, and also the characteristic of the landscape. Maybe there is a senior high school which is located in the islands, cities, yeah. For example, in Bangka Belitung Islands, or which is a very marine, maybe the concept, or maybe in the highland areas. They have a different landscape and they have different resources. So after we identify more clearly, then we need developing the master plan of agro-edutourism model in each level. We already see the nice presentation from Thailand and also from the Philippines. They already have the national level master plan, yeah, and also in the Biotrope level, of course. So the master plan is not only one. It looks like a layer. Yeah. From the national level, biotop level, it's senior high school level. Senior high school level, in order, if you want to more sustainable in your agro-edutourism activities, you also have your own master plan. So, and it is also including, is it agriculture, ecology, or education, tourism, landscape? We can put it all in the master plan of the agro-eco-edutourism. And if this model, maybe, if this web implemented, maybe this is the example, yeah. I don't know if it is a pilot project or maybe this is example, then we can implement it maybe in the Southeast Asia countries. So the aim of these activities to conserve biodiversity conservation education can be obtained. Yeah. I myself from Landscape Architecture Department, so of IPB. We also have competencies, of course, in the making planning and design and so on, and also nurseries. And maybe the contribution from Landscape Architecture IPB in for the senior high school, maybe you can we can hold maybe training about the gardening, because our competencies in the gardening, in the landscape design, planning, nurseries, plants, and management also. And this is our indoor garden. So maybe it's senior high school have a greenhouse and also have plants, ornamental plants, and we can hold a training also. And we hold the training for the gardeners and also for other university students, for example, in Institute of Technology of Sumatra. And also we have a garden tower program. This garden tower program is look like vertical planting for vegetables. So this is very nice for urban farming. And in this early of 2022, we distribute 105 garden tower to in Indonesian term is a kelompok wanita tani, is a woman farmer groups, So they have built this. We distribute and we build together this garden tower, and now they harvest the vegetables every 2 weeks. And this month we will distribute again for 106 garden tower, but this is not to the woman farmer groups, but this is for the low income people to the 4 villages in Bogor City. So maybe we can, this is our contribution if we involve in this agro eco edu tourism model. Yeah. So that's thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi, for your very informative summary of this session. Friends, as a moderator of this session, I am tasked to make conclusion and formulate the results of the sessions that we've been in this afternoon. Allow me, my friends, to present also parts of my understanding of the various papers presented and different ideas and insights offered to us this afternoon. Listening to the papers presented this afternoon, I was tempted to craft my own observation, and without being irrelevant to the theme And without contradicting what have been presented, I would like to offer these conclusions. We have a total of 4 papers presented. Paper 1 deals with the promotion of sustainable livelihood, particularly focusing on skills training, soft skills development, school industry skills matching, creative products, product innovation, entrepreneurship, and also mentioning or suggesting about development of social enterprise. And paper 2 delved on promoting sustainable ecosystem services, promoting sustainable behavior supportive to protection of biodiversity and enhancement of ecosystem services, and emission and reduction of carbon emission. Here, AAET is contextualized as a socio-ecological system composed of resource systems, resource units, governance systems, and actors. I noticed that what the second paper was presenting, it's about a common pool resource focusing on shared resources such as fisheries, such as coastal areas, and resources generated from these ecosystems, which are owned by all, and everybody has the incentive to extract the resources and leading to, or utilize the resources and leading to a sustainable utilization, or also so much production of carbon. So in this context, resource system should focus on the proper resource protection, protecting biodiversity and livelihood assets, or proper resource protection, promoting reduced emission of carbon. Here, resource units refer to proper resource extraction, utilization, reducing biodiversity loss, and also reducing carbon emission. For governance system, it should also focus on proper resource use rules, promoting sustainable ecosystems, resource utilization, and reduce carbon emission. Also, it must focus on the actors of socio-ecological system and should consider proper resource use behavior, supporting sustainable resource governance. In paper 3, it suggests that we should promote equitable and resilient AET tourism systems. It is contextualized in terms of full range of actors and services creating products or services. It showed value chain actors promoting climate change resiliency. So for actors, it is composed of visitors, which should, here, we should be focusing on the sustainable consumption behavior to increase resiliency of biodiversity and in livelihood. Tourism product producers or operators, which should consider sustainable tourism product utilization to increase resiliency of biodiversity or of livelihood. Tourism product processors, which should consider sustainable innovations and technologies in product development to increase resiliency, focusing on low input, low tech, environment friendly, but high return technologies. And tourism management, we should consider sustainable tourism management structures, tourism roadmaps and plans, incentive systems to increase resiliency of our biodiversity and livelihood, and promoting payment for environmental services, insurance for damages or losses due to calamities, and climate change impacts. And interaction arena, we should also consider developing networks such as local, regional networks, and should also cover biophysical, ecological, and social networks of EAAT in order to promote resiliency, growth, expansion, and cooperation. In paper number 4, it showed us the interactions of the 4 pillars of sustainable development and sustainable ecotourism. Each one influences the other, and this has something to do with social equity and sustainability, referring to the management of AET, ecosystem sustainability, referring to biodiversity conservation and sustainable resource utilization, and economic sustainability, referring to AET livelihood and skills training. We can generate some ideas from their presentations and following the concepts and format of Dr. Soprianto to develop and enhance criteria and indicators. So for criteria on AET program for SE or Southeast Asia, should promote sustainable livelihood, and the indicators here should cover the presence of curriculum activities that promote skills training, presence of teacher and students industry version activity plan, presence of curriculum that promote work positive work value and attitude, and etc. Also, AET program for SE should promote sustainable ecosystems. We should have these indicators: presence of mechanisms, policies, institutional support, promoting resource use, protecting biodiversity and livelihood assets, higher level of awareness of community towards biodiversity conservation, environmental protection, favorable attitude of community towards biodiversity conservation, environmental protections, and many more. This has something to do with AET environment in the context of a common pool resource, which is very much different from privately owned resource, such as those owned privately by the school or its cooperators. Another example is the criteria promoting equitable and resilient AET systems, which should also consider indicators such as the presence of mechanisms, policies that promote sustainable consumption behavior to increase resiliency, presence of sustainable tourism product utilization, presence of sustainable innovations and technologies, and many more. And also reduce carbon emission, diversified tourism products. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd like to thank all our resource persons and our discussants this afternoon. And I now close this session for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of this workshop will be presented by Dr. Romi Ardiansyah. So for Dr. Romi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for everyone who is already still in our workshop today. And first, I would like to express my gratitude for all research persons, and then for all the moderators, and also for the participants, discussants that have been following our regional workshop on development of agro-ecotourism model for supporting biodiversity conservation education for Southeast Asia. So at this time, I would like to present my what kind of conclusions that we can have for today's regional workshop. Maybe this conclusion is got rough and then got broad from my point of view, and then after discussion with several research persons that already have been done since the morning until this afternoon. I would like to share my files. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this one. Okay. So I'm having like I'm having some conclusion that I could have from this morning. So this is the conclusion for the regional workshop on the development agro-eco-tourism model in supporting biodiversity conservation, education for Southeast Asia. So at the morning session, we have already talked several about genetic conservation and also about the safe biodiversity through agro-eco-tourism. So at the morning session, we know that the recreations ecosystem is about the relations of users, resources, and agencies. And this component should be equilibrium. And the environmental impact from the tourism, such as the dual responsibility, recreational impact monitoring, and carrying capacity, and also visitor management system. And tourism's experience evolved through collaborations between the governments, the private sector, and local communities, and they include the following elements like such as respect for nature, contribution to conservation, benefit to local communities, component of education and awareness, and sustainable, ecological, economical, socio-cultural, and ethically, and biodiversity for fun. Because biodiversity could support the tourism throughout the agro-eco-tourism, students may get the information about the biodiversity through the fun manner. And biodiversity can make the balancing of three aspects: ecosystem. Agro-eco-tourism can make a balancing of three aspects, such as ecosystem, ecology, and community income aspects. Sustainable of agro-eco-tourism program can be found in three aspects also: from environment, human such as the local people, tourists, and etc. And the third is the government. So the key factor to conserve and preserve biodiversity is people. So how to educate the benefit of our biodiversity, how to give our action or concept of agro-eco-tourism, we need to make positive mindset for biodiversity environment. We need to train the local people to maintain the heritage of environmental in their area. For example, in Indonesia, Malaysia, and etc. in Southeast Asia. And we also need to make sure the mindset and responsibility of people and government to build the agro-eco-tourism program. Agro-eco-tourism is a very important program to provide the sustainable of environment in Southeast Asia. For the afternoon session, it's actually already delivered by our moderators. And I would like to add some thought that I have from this afternoon. So the developing of agro-ecotourism Nusantara that have to be productive, competitive, and sustainable. That these three kind of the productive, competitive, and sustainable it could be adopted in Southeast Asia. And second is the involving the students in agro-ecotourism activities, which is that has been presented by the Dr. Anda Valentina. This is the principal of the vocational high school in Jakarta. And also we already heard like the sustainable tourism policy, like green tourism and sustainable tourism that already from Dr. Sansan, that we have to consider about these two kind of the sustainable tourism policy in our implementing the agro-eco-tourism. And the three components for ecotourism that have to be in the ecotourism itself is nature-based, sustainable, and of course educational. Involving local communities is also great, and then encourage local communities to promote their local products. And also need the collaboration with other parties, such as in the institution, companies, and also the governments and other institutional. And we also have some suggestion from our discussion first, like identify more clearly about the character, resources, activities, and products landscape of Biodrop, and for each vocational high school also. And also the master plan has to be developed for each level, in several levels, such as national levels, in the Biodrop levels, and then each vocational high schools. And the others two is actually from our moderator for this afternoon, is about the promote sustainable ecosystem services and also promote the equitable, the resilience agro-ecotourism system. So that's all for the conclusion for this afternoon. And also we also have heard that we also have listened that from the Dr. Supriyanto that's already developed the criteria and indicator for agro-eco-edutourism in schools. That we hope this kind of the criteria and indicator that could be implemented whether in Indonesia, in the vocational high school in Indonesia, or even in Southeast Asia. So that's our hope. So thank you very much for attending the regional workshop. And I hope you, for the participants, could have any inputs from our regional workshops and get the and we hope we can meet in other occasion and other activity from Sabina Biodrop. So thank you very much and good afternoon and see you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Test. Okay, thank you, Dr. Romi, for the comprehensive conclusion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the certificate to our speakers will be presented virtually through this presentation. For speakers, the first certificate by Dr. Zulhamida Imran, Director Senior Biodrop, to Hansan. Given by Dr. Zulhamida Imran to Andrea Chandra. And now the certificate of to Carol as moderator. And now the certificate of appreciation will be also presented to the speakers. For Ibu Valentina Purnama Dewi, please come forward, Bu. And the second one is Dr. Supriyanto. Please, Dr. Supriyanto, to come forward. And the certificate given by the coordinator this event, Dr. Romi Ardiansyah, as the coordinator of regional workshop. One, two, three. Okay. And the next for the Dr. Supriyanto. Okay. One, two, three. Oke, foto bareng dulu, Bu. Oh gitu ya. Ada bingkisan Bapak dan Ibu dari Dr. Romi untuk para speakers. Luar biasa. Boleh tepuk tangannya Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. So, ladies and gentlemen, the certificate presentation concluded our workshop program today. Thank you for your active participation and fruitful discussion, very fruitful discussion during the workshop. We wish you a good day. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay happy. So thank you. Save Biodiversity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu yang telah hadir pada kegiatan regional workshop hari ini. Semoga memberikan dampak yang baik untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Dan jika Bapak Ibu ingin menikmati snack, sudah tersedia di belakang. Silakan Bapak Ibu. Oke, boleh Bapak dan Ibu kita foto bersama sebelum acara hari ini bubar. So, through Zoom, thank you for everyone.